Monitor him! One-handed catch! Oh, he's got it!
Welcome to the stadium. We are watching the Huskies versus the Oregon Ducks. Sitting here in the stands right now. Looking forward to going over some draft prospects. Got myself a brewski. Those lines at halftime. I'll tell you what. Gonna be crazy. Got a bunch of draft prospects that we can go over tonight. I know the primary ones people are going to be looking at going to be the quarterbacks on both sides. Michael Penix Jr., Bo Nix. Could one of them wind up being a New York Jet? I also listed a bunch of the prospects down below in the little ticker. You'll see their position, their name, and the rank on their overall draft board according to NFL Draft Buzz. So that's where those rankings came from. We're going to keep an eye on these players throughout the course of the night and just sort of sit back and watch what's going on. So I see a few of you guys in the chat right now. Looks like Dakota says 8 p.m. tonight. That's right. He also follows that up with a Bo Nix, a.k.a. Bo Tricks. Dude's real good. Real good. Jay-Z Jets fan says, who are we pulling for tonight, boys? I'm really good either way. I guess Oregon or Washington. I guess I'd like to see a little bit. Honestly, I could go with either one. I just want to see a good game. I haven't seen good football in far too long. You guys, Jet fans, haven't seen good football in far too long. So definitely not great. I see Monlo in there says, what channel? It's going to end up being on ABC. ABC 7. Right now they got Wheel of Fortune on. So after that, 8 o'clock, we'll be rocking and rolling for the game. Daniel Berry Sports. Yo, what's good, dude? Good to see you. Jason says, go Ducks. And then Joe's coming in and says, Bo Nix is the #1 bust candidate. That's a pretty bold statement. There's going to be a lot of hype over a lot of different quarterbacks. And Bo Nix is just not, at least at this point in time, like the third best quarterback. So I have a hard time believing like big bust potential. I feel like Williams and May, since they're going top 3, you'll wind up seeing that be a little bit more dicey at the top of the draft. Samir comes in. Samir says, any good offensive linemen on either team? So let me pull up the prospects real quick while I'm here. I was supposed to have Dom C with me tonight. Dom C's going out to dinner. Hopefully he's got a lovely night with his wife. But yeah, we got some offensive linemen. Really just two, I guess. Jackson Powers Johnson. He's the 93rd overall prospect in this year's draft. And Troy Fatanu, the offensive tackle from Washington. Those are going to be the two guys on the offensive line side of things that we're going to be taking a look at. Washington has a bunch of receivers. Oregon's got Troy Franklin as well. So a few areas of note that we could be taking a look at throughout tonight. So as you guys come up with stuff, we'll pull up the draft profiles and whatnot. Charles comes in. Where's Charles? Charles says, what is good, everybody? Charles, it's good to have you in here. Love having you here, dude. Sitting here watching Wheel of Fortune, trying to figure out all the all the puzzles right now. The narrator comes in and says, what's up, Ryan? Happy Friday. Was supposed to go to the game Sunday, but it's going to rain. Rather watch Tim Boyle on the couch. Yeah, I know a few people that are going to the game. Definitely one of those games that I don't mind being home for. Not looking forward to it, honestly. David Jets says, screw this game. Let's go New Mexico State Aggies, says David Jets. All right. Look, I'll be honest. I chose this game because it was the 2 highest seeds, and also the timing worked out great for like post Shea and Ren going to sleep. So I can see that. Let's see. Jonathan Moore. This dude. He's a good dude. Good people over there. He says, Penix is my guy. I'm excited to watch him. Watch full game with him. Going to be a lot of fun. Jace comes in, says, at least I'm from Bama. Roll Tide. It really counters My Jets misery. Yeah, at least you get to watch winning consistently. I mean, Alabama's been the best team in college football up until Georgia recently. Crazy. Private says Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson 2.0 over every prospect. So I would agree. Jaden Daniels is my number one prospect from a quarterback spot. I'm curious to see where he goes. I think he's going to fly up draft boards. I had seen him initially sitting down by like the late first round, early second round. Now I've seen him as high as like on most draft boards, like top 20 with the way he's scored touchdowns recently. And then even inside the top 10 with him going number 7 to the Bucks. I believe that was an Athletic or a mock draft from the Athletic. Now that same mock draft also had the Jets taking a tight end at number 8. So I don't know how much to buy into that, but I'm a big fan of Jaden Daniels. I think he's closer to a Jalen Hurts than he is a Lamar Jackson, but I'm excited either way. Joe says, Ryan, trust me, Bo Nix is not the guy. Jay says, Daniels is the best quarterback in college. I completely agree. Keuka Lake says, I like Nix with all the schools and systems he's worked with. Yeah, originally from Auburn, right? Max Power says, Quack Attacks. Looking forward to Oregon. Oregon's always got a fun team year in and year out. Kevin wants to know, yo, sup, Ryan? Is this your first college football stream? Yeah, first one this year. We used to do it more consistently. I haven't done one. I don't know if I did one last year. We did one. We definitely did one for the Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields draft for Clemson versus Ohio State. And I used to do it a little bit more. It's a good way to learn the prospects and also just like enjoy watching good football. Because even though this is a Jets channel, it's still like watching this stuff. David Jets says, chilling with you. I'm glad. And going for Penix. Flight Right comes in, says, go blue. Kevin says, Bo Nix versus Michael Penix. Max Power. I fly back to Jersey from Houston tomorrow. Definitely got to hit the hay early. What time do you leave in the morning, Max? Is it early enough to justify missing the Pac-12 championship? Probably. It's all right. It's all right. You can tune in after. Joe comes in. May, Caleb, Daniels, JJ, Penix, forgot his name, and then Nix. So I think you're talking about Ewers, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's either Ewers or who am I missing in there? Penix, Nix, JJ. I'm missing a quarterback. There's 7 that I would consider as like good quarterbacks worthy of being taken, and I'm blanking on the final name right now. I'm sure you guys in the chat will let me know. Joe says, "Are you are picking Nix off the same tree that you picked Zach?" So I don't know if it's the same tree, but I would argue that Caleb Williams is Pac-12 as well. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you should look at the school so much. I think the issue with Zach was really a shortened COVID season. You know, having a stud offensive line with all those guys going on their missions and coming back being like 23, 24 years old. And the Mountain West Conference is definitely different than the Pac-12. Jace says, I was so glad when I saw you were having a watch party. Let's effing go. Jace, I'm glad you're here. Little commiserating amongst friends. Going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. Bacon says, Washington won the first meeting, but I bet Oregon dominates this time. This is huge. This is massive for the college football playoffs because Oregon's sitting at 5. They could beat number 3 Washington unless they decide to pull someone else over both of them. You got to think the winner of this game gets in for sure. Keuka Lake says, how many of these quarterbacks stay in school because of the bigger NIL deals? I think some of the ones, I think Ewers you could see go back to school. I don't think Daniels will go out because I think he'll end up being like a top half of the first round pick. I don't know. It depends how many players are leaving and what their chances are succeeding in next year's college football season. Because honestly, getting into the NFL and being on track to get that first big contract is probably a little more important, at least for the top end guys. I would say if you are considered a top 2 round quarterback pick, you'd be silly to go back to school and risk injury for it. Unless like the boosters are paying you a god awful or god wild amount of money for the NIL stuff. Wild Wave. Go Ducks. Quack, 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 quack. Frank comes in, drafting a lineman with the first. All these quarterbacks will be long gone. I don't think these quarterbacks will be long gone because I think the Jets are going to be picking at 7. I think both these quarterbacks are definitely going to be there. But I don't want to take a quarterback. We're going to be looking at draft prospects, wide receivers, offensive linemen, things of that nature. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm on offensive lineman train. Is Quinn Ewers going back to school? That I do not know. I have not seen. Cuca Lake says, sounds like Ewers is staying and Manning may transfer. So it'll be interesting to see where Manning ends up going because he has this is his second year at Texas now. Or maybe this is his first year, and if Ewers is staying, then that just means less time for Manning to actually get out. Probably not a great look when you are considered like one of the highest touted high school players in forever and can't beat out the incumbent quarterback. So not a great look. Kevin says, just realized that today that the Jets have another 4th-round pick from the Jacob Martin trade to the Broncos. Yeah, so right now the Jets have a 1st, a 3rd, 2 4ths, no 5th, obviously no 2nd either, and then I believe a 6th. But then I saw on Tankathon that it looks like there could be 2 compensatory picks heading our way that I think are 2 7th-round picks. So something to keep an eye on if it is actually, if it is something. Joe says Caleb Williams has a top 3 NFL arm. He has a 65-yard dart under pressure. So he's really exciting. He's so much fun. Like he's the embodiment that everyone has been saying of like a Patrick Mahomes, where you just can't miss on this caliber prospect. He can throw from every platform. Kind of the same stuff we heard about Zach. But he's a player that I wouldn't want to have to draft, if that makes sense. Like he's a player, if I need a quarterback, I kind of hope he goes before me. Same with Drake May. I honestly don't love either of those quarterbacks, but it's more so like, can he operate within an offense, or is he always going to try and do these wild, athletic plays just because he can do it? And it's not a bad thing. I mean, Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes make a living off script plays, but I definitely, there's a little pause for concern, especially the knock on Caleb is really his record against winning teams, like top ranked teams. He's usually not very good. Jason says Oregon played way too loose in the first matchup, leaving way too many points on the field. So I actually didn't watch the first matchup. I don't watch much college football till like this time of year because I'm way too wrapped up in NFL stuff. And I feel like if I start watching college, I'll start wanting to do mock drafts. And as a Jet fan, it's tempting, but I don't want to do it so early. Flight Right says, I think McCarthy may stay in school. I think it depends how they finish out this year because they just beat Ohio State. So they're, what are they, number 2? I think Georgia's 1. I should really look at the rankings before I start talking like this. It depends what happens with Harbaugh, probably. Like if he decides he wants to leave and go to the pros, maybe McCarthy's a little more likely to leave. If they win it all, maybe he's more likely to leave. I don't know. Juno, I could see Jordan Travis dropping to us. So if you guys are just hopping in, we were looking at some of these prospects here. And I don't have Jordan Travis. I obviously do not know who Jordan Travis is. I was hoping I figured out based on context clues. It didn't work out. That's all right. Kevin says, I pray we get Joe Alt or Olu Fashanu. So my top, it depends how we wind up picking, right? Like if you're picking in the top 4, I think you got a shot at Fashanu. If you wind up picking top 5 or 6, you probably got Alt. Realistically, Caleb Williams and May are both going. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going. So those are at least 3 of the top probably 4 picks with one of those offensive linemen going. So hopefully we get one of those 2. I would say if both are gone, you got to take a hard look at, I think it's J.C. Latham, the tackle from, is it Georgia? I don't remember now. I had it written down. But he's kind of like that third tackle that people are talking about. And at this point in the draft boards, from what I'm seeing, it seems like he's going somewhere between 12 and like 18. So if he's there and we're sitting at, say, like pick 7 or 8, do you try to trade down and there's maybe a few other tackles, or do you wind up just making the pick that you have to at that spot? So I want the lineman, first and foremost, someone that's healthy, that's going to stay as a staple on our offensive line, but I would welcome a trade down based on the depth of this tackle class. Joe says, if the Jets lose and Tampa wins, Jets jump to 5th. So let me pull up Tankathon real quick. So if Tampa wins, the Jets do not jump up to 5th. Right now, we're tied with a bunch of teams. There's 3 teams ahead of us that haven't had bye weeks that should be hitting bye weeks, I believe, this week. I think this is the last week of byes. So Chicago, Washington, Washington and the Giants are all sitting at 4 and 8. The Bucks are the only team in front of the Jets at 4 and 7. The Chargers and Titans are both behind the Jets due to strength of schedule. So obviously we want the Bucks to win. That slides us up 1 extra slot, but I'd have to look and see who else is performing. If you want a shot at Marvin Harrison Jr., you probably have to get in front of the second pick that the Bears have. I think Arizona could potentially take him. It depends if they're going to hold on to Kyler or if they want a rookie quarterback. Maybe they trade Kyler for a bunch. Giants are in a weird spot. They could either go quarterback at 6, but it's going to be like the 3rd guy, or you wind up taking like a top-end wide receiver, I think. I think either one of those routes would be all right for them. But as far as the Jets hopping up to 5th with a Tampa loss, that's not accurate because our strength of schedule. So realistically, I see what you're looking at. Okay. So you're saying if we lose and Tampa loses, then we match Chicago, Washington, and the Giants. So we will hop up to number 5, assuming everything stays the same. I gotcha. So you're right. You're right. We would be up at 5 if we lose, Tampa loses, and then Chicago, Washington, and the Giants all stay the same. Both the Giants and Washington are at a 5-2-3 strength of schedule. The Jets are currently sitting at a 5-1-8. So even if the Jets lose, there's the potential wonkiness of other scheduled teams winning and losing that could throw the strength of schedule off a bit. So it'll be a little tough to figure out exactly. But based on current strength of schedule, the Jets should be leapfrogging the Bucks with a loss here this weekend. Cuke Lake says wide receiver or offensive lineman in the first round, quarterback in the 3rd if they can't trade up in the 2nd. So I would prefer offensive lineman in the 1st, and honestly, without looking too hard as to where like quarterbacks could fall to in the 2nd, I would say my 3rd round pick would want to be a wide receiver, and with Zinter getting hurt, I would take him as a guard in the 4th. Assuming he's going to be there. This is a very deep offensive tackle class. It's a very deep wide receiver class. I would be open to wide receiver in the 1st if they think they can solve tackle in other spots, but we'll have to see where it all shakes out. Cuke Lake also follows that up with Bryce Huff should be a 1st rounder, young edge with speed, prime position. So Bryce Huff, I hope we keep him long term. I really do. I think there's a really good shot he's going to get franchise tagged because he's going to want to test the open market. If I were him and I was an undrafted free agent, I'm perfectly fine playing on the franchise tag and then hitting free agency next offseason. I think that's ultimately what we'll wind up seeing from him. Hopefully he signs, but I don't think he's going to give us a discount after we tagged him with the restricted free agent or 1st round tender, 2nd round tender, whatever we gave him this past year. Joe says May is Herbert. With mega athleticism, best quarterback since Trevor Lawrence. All right. I'll have to watch a little bit more of Drake May, I guess. I like Herbert a lot. I think he's with a bad head coach, and that's what's hurting him. Kevin says, just noticed Salah with the Colgate in the back. These are going to swap out. So as I do more stuff, I'll swap some of these guys out. I got Godzilla sitting back here. We got the Grinch. Max, his dog. Where's my finger? This way. Max the dog. You got JD looking for backup quarterback. Fry and Bender. Then the South Park guys. So if you guys got any recommendations for other people that could be watching the game with me, let me know. I'll make it set up. All right. Private says, question, would you trade edge rusher Bryce Huff for a high 2nd round pick? What position or player would you use the pick on? So I would be open to the idea. I think it depends who's on the board when we are picking, but I think for me right now, without knowing who's on the board, I would say I want Bryce Huff back for next year because we're going all in with Aaron Rodgers, and I think his level of play is so much higher than any rookie we're going to bring in right now. Not to mention if you're going to trade him for like a second-round pick to take a quarterback potentially to sit behind him or something along those lines, I'd be pretty frustrated. I would be pretty pissed off if we did that. I think Bryce Huff is an elite edge talent in this league that we have. It's a homegrown player, home-developed player. I don't want to lose him. I do think he wants to test the open market, so I think he's ultimately going to get the franchise tag. I would play him on the franchise tag this year, try to negotiate a long-term deal. If you still can't get anything done by the time the season ends, you hit him with the franchise tag a second time, and next year is when you trade him. Because he'll get more money and guaranteed money than the franchise tag is worth. I mean, he may not get 1 year at whatever the second tag would be, but he'll get a better contract. You'll be able to trade him. Oh, Kuka Lake was saying, wouldn't hate Travis dropping the FSU quarterback. So I got to watch a little bit more from him. I've heard a lot of people really like him. He says, just got hurt. Could be a Hendon Hooker situation. So I like that. Hendon Hooker was one of my favorite quarterbacks last year, but he was in a spot that I didn't feel like the Jets should spend on a quarterback. This year would be a little different. The last letter says, would you draft Keon Coleman, FSU wide receiver, in the first round? I would do it with a trade down. And it depends what offensive tackles are on the board. I'm totally fine with going wide receiver. It doesn't have to be offensive lineman. I just lean offensive lineman right now based on our current needs. Joe is saying that Jordan Travis is injured quarterback. He is Caleb Williams light, similar skill set, running 80%. Running 80% of his arm. 80% of Caleb Williams' arm, I think is what you're saying. Juno Rudy says Jordan Travis is the FSU quarterback who broke his leg. Was balling beforehand. His injury might drop him towards the second or third round. If he's got a busted hand, I would imagine he'll go a little bit further than that. Kevin says Michael Pratt from Tulane and Joe Milton III from Tennessee would be good, high upside, round 3 or 4 quarterback picks that we can let sit and develop. I think it's important for the Jets to draft someone that can be quarterback 3 and just learn behind Aaron Rodgers. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Don't have to spend a premium pick on him. But I would say, one of the 4th round picks maybe is kind of where I'm looking at maybe taking a quarterback at that point. Bacon says, I watch a decent amount of Pac-12 games. Washington wins all their games, but most games end up being fairly close. Oregon has been blowing teams out. So what did I watch? Did I watch Oregon versus USC? I think I watched that 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, 3 weeks ago. That was really good. That was the first time I watched Bo Nix live. I've only seen his highlights prior to that. So I'm excited for this game. This will be a fun one. So it looks like, not that the game is starting, but they're starting the coverage over there. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'll throw the scoreboard up on the screen once the game starts on my end, and I'll let you guys know where I'm at as far as time goes in the game. So if you want to sync up and, pause your game so you're linked up with me. I'm going to be a little bit behind you guys. 1, because I'm on YouTube TV. 2, because there's the live stream delay. So what I'm seeing, you're probably lagged by, I don't know, a few seconds there. Max Power says, I want to sit next to Fry and sip on some Slurm. So addictive, right? Futurama's great. Charles says, I want to sit next to Godzilla. He is among my favorite fictional characters of all time. I thought about adding an Optimus Prime back there as well. I love Godzilla. I'm watching the Monarch TV show. Really good so far. Really good. Maybe I'll do something fun for members of the channel. Maybe I can get you guys sitting with me in certain capacities. We'll see. Maybe I'll look into that. Isaiah says, I look at Jaden Daniels throw the ball, and damn, I so badly want to trade into the second. I don't think Daniels is going to make it that far. I think by the time you go through the combine and people really start dissecting his tape, they're going to see a Jalen Hurts or a Lamar Jackson or some type of elite dynamic playmaking quarterback. And I don't think he's not gonna make it to the back end of the first. I think he's gonna end up being I want to say a top 10 pick. He's my number 1 quarterback in this draft, but I'd have to really watch each one of his games. I'll go through as we get more into the offseason set of stuff. I'll probably watch a few games of like the key matchups that these guys have had this year, maybe last year as well. And I'll try to do more of a ranking. And what I'll do is I'll look at like first round quarterbacks, and then it'll be like, okay, that section of quarterbacks that's next that we can kind of take a look at that's later on. Because I don't think any of us expect us to draft a quarterback in the first round with Aaron Rodgers here. I'd be a little surprised. Charles says, yes, guys, please hit the like button, because Kevin says hit the like button. Hit those milk thumbs. Greatly appreciated. Joe says, I traded down 2 times in a mock back with Daniels at 24, 2 guards in the second round, and 2 future 2025 seconds. AVT goes to right tackle. So it takes 2 to tango for those types of trades to happen. But I very much like the idea of trading down, specifically this year, because tackle is definitely a big position in need for us, but it's not necessarily one that I feel we need to spend a top 10 pick on. Like, I'd be just as happy with a mid-teen first round pick if our top tackles are not there. So I got a few options. Jace says Daniels broke Burrow's records. How is he not number 1? It's because he's not the prototypical quarterback where you just stand back and throw. He's just elite from a weapon perspective. And for whatever reason, running quarterbacks are always going to have that little stigma. I think as we go through the draft process, you'll see him rise up the ranks. He's not going to be a later pick. Wild Wave says, I would trade Huff for a first, especially for an offensive weapon in the draft. I would keep him if we only get a second. He's literally a superstar pass rusher. So I'm on the same page, same wavelength. If you can get a first for him this year, I think it'd be hard to pass that up. But at the same time, he's so good. I'd be willing to franchise tag him, let him play this year, and then look to move him next season. Now, you do risk the chance of him possibly getting hurt, something like that. We'll see. We'll see. Max Power says you got to throw in Madden with the audience. Yeah, right? Like if I get the... like some B-roll of them moving around. This was fun, though. I didn't feel like sitting down and editing to make a zillion different seats with characters. Let's see. Joe saying Penix is real good at throwing the football, second best in the draft, but major injuries, bad comp, might have pressure issues. So that, from my little bit of research on Penix, the injuries is my biggest concern. I want someone that's like never hurt. I don't want to deal with like the injury stuff that we always have going on. Nick says, Ryan, my man, thoughts on Jeremiah Trotter Jr. as a replacement for Mosley? We'd have to get a 2, in my opinion, to get him, though. So I'm of the opinion that we're probably not going to draft any linebackers, or at least not very high, because Mosley, I think, is going to get restructured and he's going to come back next year, probably 2 years. I think we're going to work it out where he comes back 2 more seasons. Quincy locked in with us for another 2 years. They like Surratt. They got Barnes. I don't think we're going to make a move for another linebacker, especially in the second round. Now, that being said, I love drafting players that have family members that have been in the NFL. So, I mean, you could talk Surtain Jr., you could talk Asante Samuel Jr., you can talk, I'm pretty sure Chris Jenkins Jr. is in this draft as well. Going to be a lot of firepower over the course of these like few years. Like, I feel like the guys I grew up watching all have kids now that are going into the NFL, which is absolutely terrifying to me as just a human. Stuff goes fast. Bacon says, I want AVT to play right guard. He would dominate. I like having AVT's flexibility in our back pocket because I don't think either of his injuries, the triceps or the Achilles, is due to him playing tackle. I think it's just freak injuries. I definitely don't want to see him get hurt, but it makes it easier for us to not necessarily have to get 2 tackles when you could get like 1 tackle and a guard if you had to. Like back against the wall. Max Power says, Charles Gorman, great minds think alike. So I don't know what you guys are talking about in there. But Charles is the guy. Zachary says, what is happening behind you, bro? Oh, sorry, the crowd is still filtering in. There's not going to be a whole lot of extra people joining me tonight, because I would have to edit. But we'll sit here. We'll watch the game. I'll throw the scoreboard up here in just a little bit. Joe coming in saying Caleb, May, Harrison, Alt, the third quarterback who flies up the board, will get a boatload in a trade down. So I do think that, well, you didn't have Fashanu in there either. So I'm just interested to see. Joe, do you have Alt or Fashanu as your top tackle? Because right now, if I'm looking at the top of the board, you're probably saying quarterback, number 1. It could be a quarterback via trade up to number 2, depending on what happens with the Patriots right now. They are currently in a better strength of schedule position, so they should own the number 2 pick if everything ends at the end of the season, like with the same amount of wins. Them and Arizona both have 2 wins, but right now Arizona has the 10th loss, where New England does not have that 10th loss yet. So they may flip-flop. So let's say quarterbacks go 1-2. I do think New England, if they are sitting there, could go offensive lineman rather than quarterback, and I could see them taking a quarterback at the top of the second. Honestly, that's where I would go if I were the Giants, because I do like a lot of quarterbacks in this draft, but maybe they see their Jalen Hurts and they decide to move on Jaden Daniels. With the Jets sitting at 8 right now, what does the mock draft board have us doing? So I wonder if the Athletic guy did the mock draft based on Tankathon's mock draft. Because, like, real quick look, it looks very similar. Jaden Daniels going 7 with Brock Bowers going to the Jets at 8. I don't like it. I don't want to draft a tight end. I'm not about it. Not about it at all. Juno says, I don't know if you talk about this, but what is your opinion on Jamal Adams, Connor Hughes spat? Oh, dude. So I just tweeted about that. Someone sent it to me. And I was like, this is some fucking dang dumbass bullshit from Jamal Adams. I'm sorry. You do not attack a dude's wife because he was critical of you on the field. An NFL reporter was critical of you on the field and you attacked his wife? Fuck all the way off, Jamal. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize Jamal was like still in the league. This dude's such a fucking scrub. Thank God we traded his ass. Screw that guy. Joe saying Alt is better than Fashanu in his book. Jets should trade up and draft Drake May. That's not going to happen. There's no way we're going to move up. I don't think so. I'd be shocked if we moved up in the first round to do that. If the Patriots get Drake May, we are in major long-term trouble. From what I've seen, quarterbacks are such a crapshoot overall that I am not concerned with the Patriots drafting a quarterback, especially with whoever their new head coach is going to end up being. I don't know. I hope McDaniels goes back there and they just shit the bed real hard. Jeff C. says, would you trade Becton for a second-round pick? Becton's a free agent right now. We declined his 5th-year option, so I would let Mekhi Becton walk unless he's willing to sign a reasonable contract that, like, I don't think either side is necessarily interested in. Like, I feel like the Jets, if you had to look at Becton and the amount of games he may play versus someone like, I think David Bakhtiari is going to, him and Bakhtiari are going to be looked at as interchangeable, I think, by this front office, especially because Rodgers is here. So if you could have top 5 level tackle play from Bakhtiari for 9 games or, you know, top 32 level tackle play for Mekhi Becton through 12 games or something like that, I think I'd take Bakhtiari because either way, no matter which one you wind up bringing in, you're going to have some type of insurance for them. Contractually wise, I think Becton is going to want as much as he can get because he missed a little bit there. All right, so it sounds like we've got our game underway. And I believe they said Penix and the Huskies are getting the ball first. I'm excited here. Here comes the kickoff. We are right at the 15-minute mark. Kickoff, I will say when it's happening. So if you guys want to pause your TV and sync up, I'll say when he kicks the ball. So he's lined up for the kick. He's running up. Now is the kickoff. Ball goes out of bounds. Washington's going to get the ball as a touchback. if you guys want, what we can do is we could do a little side-by-side action. We could do, you guys could pop in as video chat guests if you want to do that. You can let me know if that's something you guys would be interested in. If not, I'll just call the game. Forgive me, name-wise, I will be calling players and receivers as opposed to names because I don't know all the names. Michael Penix, first possession out. He is in the shotgun, trips to the bottom of the screen, running back to his left, number 1 in motion, play action, drops back to pass, little throw to the flat, incomplete to number 11, going to be 2nd down and 10 for the Huskies. Impact players, Rome Odunes, if I pronounce that right, Jalen McMillan, both wide receivers from Washington. And then you got Brandon Dorlus and Kyrie Jackson, defensive players, D-end and cornerback respectively, from Oregon. Penix lined up in the pistol. You got 2 receivers to the top of the screen, 1 to the bottom. He's going to do a little handoff here to Jackson. Little 9-yard gain there on 2nd down. Going to be 3rd and 1 coming up. Michael asking, would I take Bo Nix? Not in the first round. I'm not a first-round guy quarterback this year. I understand people that want to, though. Jay says, Jamal Adams hasn't been elite since he was a New York Jet. People would argue one year beyond that with the sacks he wound up getting. All right. Penix in the shotgun. Goes to the left. 1st down, looks like. Little direct snap to the running back. 1st and 10, Huskies. Wild Wave says, I like Bowers. He's a generational talent. Yeah, but tight ends in the first round are so tough. So tough. Look at all the first-round tight ends that have come out. It's not a great list. All right. Penix in the shotgun. Man in motion, bottom of the screen. 2 receivers, top of the screen. Going from the 41-yard line. Little small play action. Drops back. Got a lot of time running out of space. Gets the ball off. Going to be 2nd down and 7. Nice little gain to Johnson out of the backfield for the Huskies. They are inching closer to midfield. Nice elusiveness. Got a bunch of Washington offensive linemen kind of running around, trying to find people to block. Penix in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers top of the screen. Single receiver to the bottom. He's got running back to his left. Second and 3, 13 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Penix flips it to Johnson. Going to be about a 1-yard gain maybe before getting taken down. Going to be 3rd down coming up right now. Here we go. Big 3rd down. Right at midfield. 12:33 left in the first quarter. If you guys want to try and sync up with me. 3rd and 2. Penix moving guys around. Got 3 receivers, bottom of the screen, running back to his right in the shotgun set. Got a tight end to the bottom part of the screen as well on the offensive line. Looks right, throws right, little screen. Nice little completion there of about 15 yards. He gets into Oregon territory. Washington going to have 1st down coming up. Chase Odom says, ESPN, hire this man, Ryan. Oh, they don't want me. I don't want me. It's crazy. All right. Penix looks left, throws left. Little wide receiver screen. Nice little 6-yard gain. Gonna be 2nd down coming up from the 39 here. Hey, you, sit down in front. Beer guy. Need a freshie. I got to have a guest come in with like one of those popcorn table things. All right. Looks like they got an injury on the field. Jordan Birch leads the team in tackles for a loss with 7.5. Don't want to see that. Don't want to see that. Hate injuries, especially this time of year when guys could be opting out of bowl games and whatnot. Second and 5 coming up here. 11:23 left in the game. Left in the first quarter. Ugh. Ryan, what are you doing? 39-yard line, 2nd and 5. Penix lined up in the shotgun. Got 2 receivers to either side of the field. Looks right, throws right. No one home. Did not even look to turn around. Almost got intercepted by Oregon. Jackson diving for the ball. Kyrie Jackson. They got lucky. That could have been a pick. Could have been a pick. Pure Adrenaline Sports says, do we have to pay a PSL for one of those seats behind you? Yes, you have to pay a PSL, and you got to buy your season tickets before the end of the November, which is yesterday. All right. 3rd and 5. Washington from the 39-yard line. Penix is going to take a timeout. Didn't like what he saw. Not a great timeout. Clock was running out on them. 11:09 left in the first quarter. 3rd and 5 coming up after the timeout here. Joe comes in. Ryan Drake May is the safest pick in the draft. He is a top 10 quarterback. I've heard a lot of people talking about Drake May. I have to watch him from like an actual game perspective, not just watching highlights. Because I've watched highlights and I'll be honest, I wasn't like super impressed with him. But I think watching actual game tape would give me a little more context there. Jets fan says, I want Bo Nix to sit right behind Rodgers for 1 year. Plus Rodgers says he likes him a lot. You'd probably have to take Nix at the end of the first round. So if you can wind up trading Bryce Huff for a late first on the night of the draft, like I don't want to trade Bryce Huff for a late first and then like be sitting there waiting and teams just knowing we need a quarterback or knowing we need a receiver or knowing we need a tackle. I would rather be a little more stealthy about it if you're going to do that. John says, I appreciate you reading the comments, Ryan, longtime listener. John, I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, no, this is, look, I know it's a little different doing the college game stream as opposed to some of the Jet stuff that I normally do, but I enjoy college football, and I don't really care how many people watch. It's just fun to do. So I'm glad you're around. Thank you for hanging out. Phil Adams says he got to see the Huskies in 2018 at Berkeley. That's pretty cool. I've never been to a college football game. Army-Navy is near us, and like Rutgers, I guess, is pretty close. But I've never had a concrete college team, so I don't have a bias when it comes to particular colleges. I try to do that specifically so I can actually view players without that bias to some degree. I have like favorite players, so I guess there's always going to be that type of bias. But by and large, I don't have a particular favorite team. Charles is good news. Knicks are beating the Raptors so far. I'm definitely not a good basketball play-by-play guy. I don't know anyone's name. It's all right. Go Knicks. Uh-oh. Hope you're not yelling at a shirtless Randy Marsh. Better be prepared to fight, right? I'll go toe-to-toe with Randy Marsh, take my shirt off, beat some people up, get really drunk, yell at a little league game. Love it. Mike says, kind of sad watching a bunch of kids run an offense that the Jets couldn't. Dude, you can watch any of these college teams and say they've got a better offense than the Jets right now. It's sad. All right, we're coming back from break. So I'll go back to some of your comments after this 3rd down and 5. 11:09 left in the game. I keep saying left in the game. 11:09 left in the first. If you want to sync up. 3rd and 5. Penix lining up in the shotgun. He's got Looks like 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. One of them lined up currently as tight end. In motion out to trips to the right-hand side. Got a running back to his right into block. Looks right. Throws over the middle. First down. Going to be a gain of about 12, 13 yards? 12 yards. Wow, look at that. He gets the linebacker to bite. Comes in. I shouldn't say come in and bite. He blitzed. Making the right reads. I feel like it'd be really tough to see our offense perform under similar situations. 1st and 10, coming from the 27-yard line. Penix hands the ball off to Johnson. Going to be a gain of about 5 yards. 2nd and 5 coming up here. Shotgun set. They go in the hurry up. Penix looking to the sideline for direction. That stuff kind of scares me for the quarterbacks that do that. Just call the play. Run the play. He's got 2 receivers top of the screen, 1 receiver bottom of the screen, running back to his left. He's going to hand the ball off up the middle. Going to be a gain of about 7 yards. First down coming up from about the 15-yard line is what it looks like. All right. Let's see what we get coming up here. 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line. Penix in the shotgun. He's got 4 receivers, 2 on either side of the formation. Running back to his left. 9:13 left in the first quarter. Running back goes out wide left. Under pressure. Penix, did he go down? I thought he went down. It looks like he got a gain of 1, though. He snuck out of there. I want to see the replay here. I thought his knees hit. Let's see where it happened. He steps up. Oh, his knee's definitely down. That's a sack. That's a sack. Yeah, he's down. That's a sack. Penix goes down for a sack on 1st down. Going to be about 2nd and 13 or 14 right now. I feel like the college officials are going to be better than the NFL officials. While we're waiting on that, we'll go to some comments. John says Drake May is that good talent, is that good and that talented. Jets should certainly trade up for him. Ah, man. I don't want to trade up for a quarterback. I really don't. Jay says, I don't love the idea of having a rookie quarterback learn Hackett's system when he may not even be here next year. That's where I fall. I do not want to draft a quarterback real early because I think this coaching staff, if everything implodes, is going to be gone. I do not want to see, especially I don't want to trade up for a quarterback. I don't mind drafting one. It scares the heck out of me. 2nd and 17 coming up. First quarter has 8 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. Penix in the shotgun, running back to his right. He's got trips to the bottom of the screen, going from the 22-yard line, hands the ball off to Johnson. Looks like he's going to get 1 yard before getting taken down. Going to be 3rd and 16 coming up. Juno says, New York isn't much of a college sports hotbed compared to the South. No, there's not many teams up here. You got Syracuse, you got Penn State, and you got Rutgers. Those are probably the 3 closest, and then maybe like a Boston College, something along those lines, but definitely nothing crazy from a college perspective up here in the Northeast. 3rd and 16 coming up, 7:48 left in the first quarter from the 21-yard line. Penix in the shotgun, 2 receivers to the top of the screen, 1 to the bottom. Penix looks left, throws left to the end zone. Oh, incomplete. Wow, McMillan thought he had it. Did he hit him in the hands? 4th and 16 coming up. Washington's going to come on to kick the field goal. Was this close? I want to see this. Oh, wow. Wow, man, he could have had that. That's a tough catch. Decent throw. Gave his guy a chance. Field goal coming up. Field goals in college are crazy because of the hash marks. Going to be a 38-yard kick coming up. Kick is up. It is good. So we are going to see the Huskies take a 3-point lead to start the game. I don't know why he went up with one hand and his left hand at that. Kind of ridiculous. All right. When the game returns, it is going to be Ducks ball. So I'll get that swapped over now. Let's go through, listen to some comments you guys got. Charles, John says, Charles, Drake May is 6'4", 230 pounds, shifty footwork, awesome deep ball. He would be the ideal guy to sit behind Rodgers for one more year before taking over. I think he's going to be either the first or second quarterback off the board. I would be very surprised if the Jets had a crack at him. Jace says, Nix is a bust. He is Zach Wilson 2.0, Drew Lock 2.0. Man. I like Bo Nix too. Not enough to draft him in the first round, but I definitely like him. Garrett says, college football atmosphere is far more fun than any NFL game. So I love that about college because there's a passion for where you went to school, and it doesn't matter, how old you are at that point because you're always going to have that memory of those 4 years away at school. And I think there's far more allegiance to a school than there is like a pro team. Could be wrong. Jay says, O'Dunes is so damn dangerous. Yeah, they're going to bracket coverage him throughout the day. NY Jets fan 4 says, the edge rusher from Florida State is an animal, man. Verse, I think his name is Wow, man, I'd love him. So I will have to watch. I don't know who you're talking about, but I very much like doing the whole the college football stuff. So what I'll do is I'll wind up looking at each position group. I'll be honest, I don't want edge rusher remotely close to the top of the draft. Like if you could go first 4 or 5 picks, all offense, go O-line, wide receiver, running back in some combination, that's what I want. You can throw in a quarterback in there too. Garrett says, Sam Hartman wouldn't be a bad pick later in the draft to back up Aaron Rodgers with a lot of playing time already accumulated in college football. I'm excited to do the college football quarterback deep dive, especially for like the later round guys, like 4th round and beyond. I don't particularly want to spend a top 3 round pick on a quarterback, but I could have that changed. David D says, Ryan about to replace Chris Collinsworth. I mean, heck, if Josh Allen was playing right now, I could be all and excited about him. I could be just like Chris Collinsworth. Frank says, how is Carter Warren grading out? I don't know. Honestly, I heard he was all right, but the offense has been so bad, it's going to be kind of tough to grade anyone, if I'm being honest. I just want him to be a stud backup right now with high upside. That would be all I need from Carter Warren. I'm not going to rely on him as a starter. Jets fan says, any of these quarterbacks would be good to sit behind Rodgers for 2 years. I do think Rodgers plays an additional 2 years. I think we're going to get 2024 and 2025 out of him, which is why I don't mind taking a quarterback next year. I don't have to take a quarterback this year necessarily. Joe says the 25 draft has one quarterback. They need to draft one this year, even if it means trading a 2025 first. Really? Is the draft that barren in 2025? I haven't gone that far into it. If that's the case, then yeah, I'd probably push quarterback a little higher up my draft needs. It depends how you handle the quarterback contract because Rodgers' dead cap hit is going to be enormous. But then also this coaching staff might be on the hot seat. So if Rodgers is not the guy, they're not going to be here, and the quarterback's going to be on his second head coach. So that's the only thing I have with like taking a quarterback too early here. All right, Oregon out on the field. 7:34 left in the game. They're on the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. Bo Nix in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the bottom of the screen, 1 to the top. 15 in motion from left to right. Nix takes the snap, looks right, throws over the middle, hits the referee. Incomplete. Come on. Hit him square in the numbers. Can't even do anything. I mean, he's accurate. That was like a throw that could... No way, they got cameras on the refs? I did not know that. That's amazing. 2nd and 10 coming up. 7:30 left in the first quarter. Bo Nix in the shotgun. 3 receivers, bottom of the screen. 2 to the top of the screen. Takes the snap. Drops back. Looks left. Throws left. Incomplete. 3rd and 10 coming up for the Ducks. We're gonna have a little sippy cup. Check that out. Not too shabby. All right, 3rd and 10. Oregon from the 25. Can they get anything going? 3 receivers, bottom of the screen. Nix in the shotgun. Looks left. Throws left. Incomplete. 3 and out for the Ducks. Washington holds strong. Gonna be a punt. That looked like the Jets offense. How the heck are they doing that? Terrible. Terrible, terrible. Go back over to the Huskies for time of possession. Punt coming up here for the Ducks. Kick is up. Going to be caught at the 20-yard line. Going to be returnable. Little dancing. Has a seam. Going up the sideline. 40, 45, 50. Out of bounds at midfield. Washington going to have the ball at the 50 when we come back. Q comes in, says, I wish the Jets and Giants did what the Raiders did with Allegiant Stadium. It has both turf and grass fields. I actually didn't know Allegiant had both of them. But I wish the Jets and Giants put a dome on their stadium, first off. And 2, how do you have 2 owners, 2 franchises, and you make your stadium look like a fucking air conditioning unit? It's the ugliest stadium in pro sports. John says, I'd fire Saleh, hack it after the season, hire Ben Johnson, the Lions OC, as head coach, trade the farm for the 2nd overall pick, draft Drake May, and roll with it. JD has to find a new succession plan. Damn. Spicy. Washington. 1st and 10 from the 50-yard line. Penix gets the receiver going in motion from top of the screen. Throws it to him in the backfield. Going to be a gain of about 7 yards. Nice little pickup there on 1st down. Going to be 2nd and 3 coming up. Phil Adams says, I feel like Green Bean found a live stream of a game and 30 seconds behind. That's all right. We're all going to be behind a little bit. Trying to sync everything up. Washington takes the handoff. Real fast snap. Little run. Get a little 15-yard action on 2nd and 3. Washington just having their way with Oregon's defense right now. Watch how they pull those guys, and then he cuts back to the left. It's impressive. Penix in the shotgun. He's got Johnson to his right. 2 receivers to either side of the formation. 6:08 remaining in the first quarter. From the 27-yard line. Drops back to pass. Looks left. Looks right. Throws right. Number 2 with the ball. Gets down about 2nd and 2 coming up here for Washington. Oregon's defense is scared of Washington's offense. All right, 2nd and 1 coming up here. Like a 1.5, long one. Penix in the pistol. Running back moves up to his left, trips to the bottom of the screen, hands the ball off. Nice little run for about 6 yards. Going to be 1st and 10 coming from the 12-yard line for Washington. Oregon better get their shit together. $4:55 left in the first quarter. Shotgun set, trips to the top of the screen. Running back to his left. Pennick hands off. Running back runs to the right, taken down after a gain of 1. Going to be 2nd and 9 coming up. And my Jets fan says, Arch Manning in 2026. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to have a quarterback before then. We haven't even seen Arch really like stand out at all. He's been behind yours down in Texas. 2nd and 9 coming up. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Washington inside the 20 at the 11-yard line. O'Dunes goes in motion. Looks over the middle. Throws to the right. Out of bounds. Going to be a flag on Oregon, though. Going to be a first down. Looks like they gave the holding call rather than pass interference. So this looks like it's going to be, what is it, a 5-yard penalty? Half the distance. So what is that, to the 6-yard line, 5-yard line? First down for the Huskies. Oh, he definitely held him. Definitely held him. First and goal for the Huskies coming up. Penix in the shotgun, quads to the top of the screen, throws it to the running back to the left. Going to be a touchdown, Washington. Wow, okay. So we're sitting at 9-0. Huskies on top of the Ducks. Gosh, look how many blockers they got to the left-hand side of the screen. O'Dune's going to come in and crush the corner trying to come in. Wow. That's what offense looks like. That's what offense looks like. 9-0. Huskies. Extra point coming up. Kick is up. Kick is good. 10-0. Huskies over the Ducks. Change this. Go back to the Ducks possession. Jace coming in. Jace says, were you raised a Jets fan or did you decide on your own? My whole family is Bengals fans and I made the smart choice of being a Jets fan at age 7. Look, I don't know how old you are, but at age 7 for me, the Bengals were awful. They were a terrible team. And the Jets were definitely a better team. Jets had just gotten Parcells when I turned 7. But I was raised a Jet fan. My dad was a Jet fan or is a Jet fan. So I am ingrained from a young age as a Jet fan. Had no choice. That's okay. I don't want to be anywhere else because it's going to be just so much sweeter when we eventually win. Jay says, I'm biased against Knicks. I go to Bama. Oh, man. So if you're in Bama right now, you got to be what, like 20 years old? So you are 2 touchdowns younger than me. Juno says, I can see Arch Manning pulling an Eli if the Jets end up getting him. The Manning brothers hate the Jets. Do they both hate the Jets? Maybe because Eli went to New York and, was a Giant and everything. Peyton would have been a Jet if Parcells committed to drafting him. He didn't. I don't think he necessarily hates the Jets. Although the second time he wound up going to the Broncos, that sucks. I would imagine the Broncos were a better team than the Jets at that point in time. What was that, 2012? I think that was the year that Luck was drafted. Bacon says, Bo Nix is old for a college player. He's only 6 months younger than Zach. So Zach was definitely young coming in, and Nix transferred. So did he wind up losing a year with the move from Auburn to Oregon, or did they get rid of that? But him being that old for a college player, Zach was one of the youngest quarterbacks for a long time. And I'll be honest, I know a lot of you guys aren't going to like this, but I am totally cool with Zach being quarterback 3 next year. I still would draft a guy in the mid to late rounds and let him learn, like kind of like the Tim Boyle practice squad type quarterback. But I wouldn't mind Zach being the number 3 inactive quarterback all the time, because all you got to do is say, like, is Zach better than the 53rd person on your roster? And I would argue that his upside is better than that, even though everyone seems to be out on this guy. Juno says Hartman would be 25 at the start of the 2024 season. That's an old player at 25. Bo Nix trying to hit the ref. He did hit the ref. What is Rusty Spooner saying? Rusty Spooner saying something will be the steal of the draft. Everyone will be the steal of the draft. Joe says, watch number 11 in Oregon. The wide receiver. I'll keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. Is that Troy Franklin by chance? The one I got ticking around? I probably should have put the players' numbers, not their draft rankings, down below. MD says Penix throws one of the best deep balls. My buddy is a big Penix fan. Big Penix. Phil Adams says, wow, a real-life touchdown. Forgot what they looked like. College football is going to make you do that. Going to make you do that. Jace says O'Dunes wouldn't be bad, can run routes, catch, apparently isn't scared to throw a block. I'm cool with wide receiver in the first round, second round, not second round, I guess if you had to trade. I'm cool with wide receiver early. It doesn't have to be O-line for me. Oregon going to get the ball to 25, 3:46 left in the first quarter. 10-0 Huskies on top. Time of possession totally lopsided. Huskies over 10 minutes. Washington dominating the time of possession. Ducks have 30 seconds time of possession with all those incomplete passes? Not good. 1st and 10. Coming up here for Mr. Bo Nix. He's got 2 receivers and a tight end, top of the screen, running back to his left, single receiver to the bottom of the screen. 14 seconds on the play clock. Shotgun set. Nix hands the ball off. Going to be a gain of about 1 yard. Washington defense not giving an inch. Jay says he's 22. 22 going to Alabama. Good stuff. Good stuff. At least you get some success down in Bama, my friend. Ducks in the hurry up. Nix in the shotgun. 3 receivers, bottom of the screen. 2nd and 9 from the 26-yard line. Running back to his right. Single receiver, top of the screen. Running back goes in motion. Looks left, throws left. Nice little shake and bake to number 0. Goes for about 7-8 yards. $2:49 left in the first quarter. Bucky Irving next to Bo Nix in the shotgun. 3 receivers top of the screen. Nix rolls right, drops back, does a little Zach Wilson twirly bird, throws it out of bounds. Joe Campone telling me Bo Nix looks like Zach Wilson. He looked like Zach Wilson right there. 4th and 1 coming up. Looks like a punt coming up here for the Ducks. Watch how far back he runs. Run away. What are you doing? Stupid. Throw the ball. Gets popped. Looks exactly like Zach. For all you guys saying that. Oregon punting here. Almost kicked his damn teammate. Washington calls for a fair catch at the 22-yard line. First down coming up. Charles says, I didn't become a fully participating Jets fan until 2008. So I've said I've been a Jet fan my entire life, but I really vividly remember being a Jet fan since like 95, 96. I remember sitting through the 1-15 season. And I remember getting Parcells. And I remember watching the 98 championship game. So I would have been about 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. I didn't have my knowledge wealth until like 2002 and beyond, though, I would say. Washington in the shotgun, hands it off, guy in motion. Nice little 5-yard gain for Washington. Going to be 2nd and 5 coming up from about the 30-yard line. Is that right? Might be a 30-yard line. We'll call it 30-yard line. Washington dominating the first quarter, time of possession. 2 3-and-outs for Oregon so far. Their one loss was to Washington earlier in the season. Penix in the shotgun, 3 receivers top of the screen. Running back goes in motion to the right, looks over the middle, throws a long pass, incomplete down the field. Michael Penix. 3rd and 5 coming up here as we near the end of the first quarter. MD says, oh no, I'd love to see Zach off this team. You and everyone else. I get it. I get it. Third and 5 coming up. Penix lined up in the shotgun. Running back to his left. O'Dune's in motion top of the screen. He's looking that way. Rolls left. Throws left. Caught. I don't know if that's a first down. Ooh, that is going to be close. They're going to have to measure that. That is real close. He ran back. Ooh. Do you call possession where he catches the ball and had possession? Or do you call where he lands? Because if it's where he lands, he definitely does not have that first down. And they gave him the first down. There's a flag, but are they going to challenge it prior to the flag? They're calling a false start. I think they can still challenge. Interesting. Or at least they got the first down. So 1st and 15, as much as that sucks, still getting the first down. Don't have the option to, I guess, review it. But everything's up from the booth, right? So they would have reviewed it either way. So I guess they determined he did get that first down regardless of how it goes. 1st and 15 coming up from the 27-yard line. 2 receivers bottom of the screen. Johnson to Penix's right in the shotgun set. Penix drops back, looks right, throws right, caught for about a gain of 6 yards. Going to be 2nd and 9 coming up here. Jet Up Buttercup says, I don't see them cutting Zach. I don't see them cutting Zach either. Like with Rodgers here and him liking Zach, at the very least, you make him quarterback 3. I'd like to see him no longer take a snap as a Jet, though. But we got to pay him regardless. Penix in the shotgun. He's got a running back to either side of him. 2 receivers bottom of the screen. 34 seconds left in the first quarter. Penix looks left, throws left. He's out into flat. Does a little dance. 2-yard gain for the Huskies. Going to be 3rd and about 7 coming up on the next play. This might take us down to the end of the first quarter. I don't think they're going to get another snap off. Let's see. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. They're not going to call play. We're going to go end of the first quarter. Huskies with the lead 10-0 over the Ducks. McNugget Man says, you see Jamal Adams tweet at Connor, what a loser. Dude is a garbage human being. He was a bad, he was such a phony the entire time. Such a phony the entire time as a New York Jet. And now that he's no longer with us and he's starting to call out dudes' wives on Twitter, fuck all the way off. You got toasted in last night's game. You deserve getting called out. Joe says, knock on Penix is he can't roll out to the right at all. Interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on that the rest of the game. Jay says, I told you he looks like Zach, says Bo Nix. So maybe Bo Nix is not the guy I want. Phil Adams saying Zach Wilson 2.0. MD says, is Bo Nix a first rounder in this year's draft? Apparently not. If he's going to be compared to Zach, apparently not. Having Zach on the team wouldn't be so bad as a third stringer, but I'm tired of his delusional fans. So there's going to be a bunch of Zach Wilson truthers, but then I consider myself not necessarily a Zach Wilson truther, but I consider myself more of a Zach Wilson maybe optimist, where like I don't want to see whoever quarterback 3 is on the field anyway. If you draft a quarterback this year, I don't want to see him touch the field at all. So I would move off of, if you want to move off of Zach to replace him with a new draft pick, or you can use that new draft pick on a different position and just still have Zach. I think Zach's upside is significantly higher than anyone we're going to have as quarterback 3. But you just can't have him be the lone backup on the Jets. That's where you can go wrong. The AutoZone says Salas toothpaste commercial, right? Where is it? Right over there. It's funny because in the commercial, they don't have the entire body. I had to manipulate it to get the entire thing there. Oh, God, if the Jets watch this, they're not going to like me. That's okay. I don't do it for them. I do it for the people. And myself. I enjoy all this stuff. All right. Hess truck commercial coming up. What do they got cooking this year? Oh, a little like SWAT vehicle for the Hess truck this year. Oh, Hess police truck. I used to get the Hess trucks every year. My uncle used to give them to me. Boys and girls, if you're just tuning in, hit that like button. Goes a long way to supporting the channel. Very much appreciate it. Let's go into some more questions. Charles says, I am tired of Zach's delusional fans as well. Look, I consider myself a Zach fan. I don't think he's a bad person. I just think he was a bad pick and a bad quarterback right now. But I don't think this year's offense is entirely on him. I don't at all. Phil Adams says, Rodgers likes Boyle. Rodgers likes Zach. I see a pattern forming there. Boyle should have never been drafted or in the NFL at all. Zach, at the very least, has the talent to be in the NFL. I would much rather move off Boyle. I don't think Boyle deserves to start at all. I think he's garbage, and we're wasting our time with that. I think we are tanking. MD says, Zach is like Freddy Krueger. You just can't get rid of him. I have no doubt he'll be on the team next year. See, I said that in my mock, and people fucking lost their mind. Losing their mind. Tonight, Oregon has 6 offensive plays. Washington has 8 first downs. This sounds like a Jets type offense from Oregon right now. Not a good stat. Washington, 3rd and 6, up by 10, start of the second quarter. They're going to take this snap from the 36-yard line. 2 receivers to either side of the formation. Running back to his right. Penix in the shotgun set. Takes the snap. Looks left. Throws left. Deep down the field. Not even close. Bad throw. Not good. It looks like he's looking for some sort of penalty. Let's see. Let's take a look at O'Dunes. Maybe it wasn't O'Dunes that he was going after. No, number 11. Maybe a little bit of a hold by 33. Like very, very brief. I like the no call. I don't think it was a catchable ball. I mean, I guess a hold doesn't have to be catchable because it's not pass interference, but I'm all right with that. Huskies kicking the ball here. Ball going back to Oregon. They call a fair catch at the 10-yard line. Bo Nix coming out for his 3rd offensive series. Let's see if they can get anything going over there. Jet Up Buttercup says, JD is going to hope next year plays out more like this year was supposed to be, and Zach gets to sit and watch. So I'm of that same mindset. I'm cool with Zach being the 3rd string guy and bringing in someone like Gardner Minshew, a Baker Mayfield, a Jacoby Brissett, someone like that as quarterback too. And then even if Rodgers goes down, fucking bring in another backup quarterback. I don't want to see Zach take the field at all. And if they feel that he's proved himself enough through training camp and everything, that maybe you make a decision. Bo Nix hands the ball off. Number 0, going to be a gain of 2 yards. 2nd and 8 coming up. Nick's not throwing the ball a whole lot the beginning part of this game. Charles talking to MD about the Zach Wilson truthers out there, saying I would call them more idiotic than crazy. Nah, I don't hate the Zach Wilson truthers. I don't hate them. Bo Nix, shotgun set, looks right, throws right. 15. Oh, they're going to get a first down. They got more. Going to be about a gain of 20 yards on 2nd down. 17-yard gain. 14:05 left in the half. Oregon finally moving the ball. Jet Up Buttercup says, if JD is still the GM even. Oregon, nice little fast pass to the right. Going to be a gain of about 7 yards. Tez Johnson averaging 130 yards a game after averaging 50 yards a game at the start. Nick's in the shotgun. He's got a running back to either side of him. 2 receivers top of the screen, single receiver to the bottom of the screen. This snap's going to be taken from the 36-yard line. 2nd and 3. Nick's making calls at the line. Takes the snap, hands the ball off. Nice little burst up the middle for a gain of 5. Going to be first down coming from the 41-yard line. All right. 1st and 10 coming up. 12:45 left in the first half. Washington has a 10-0 lead. 2 receivers top of the screen. Nick's in the shotgun set. Running back to his left. Man in motion from right to left. He takes it as a keeper up the gut. 5-6 yard gain roughly. Going to have about 4 yards left coming up here on 2nd down. 2nd and 5 coming up. One of 3 players with 100-plus passing touchdowns and 30-plus rushing touchdowns, Bo Nix is. Interesting. Shotgun set, receiver in motion. 3 receivers top of the screen, 1 to the bottom. Nix looks left, throws left, over the middle. Going to be a first down gain of about 7 yards into Washington territory. 1st and 10 coming up. Damn. Like seeing it. Like seeing it. Move the ball, baby. Make it a game. He's got trips to the top of the screen. Shotgun set. Looks right. Throws right. Number 11 doing a little okey doke. Gonna get the first down. Wow, what a move. What a move. Gain of 11 on first down. That was impressive. Impressive play. Franklin doing a little okey doke on the sideline there. Gaining 11 yards. Nick's getting his guys ready. Hey, yo, Tigo, how you doing, dude? Tigo, if you're interested in hopping in here, let me know. I was actually going to text you earlier. I did not. All right, Oregon. Shotgun set. Nix looks left, throws left. Guys wide open. Tight end goes for about 11 yards, 12 yards. First down, Oregon. Send it. Let's see if I can send this over to you. All right. Tigo, how you want me to send it to you? Let's go Twitter. I'll send it to you on Twitter, dude. All right, after this drive, once I pay attention to stuff. Oregon in the shotgun set. Oh, that's right, X. Flips it to the running back. Going to be about a gain of 3 yards. All right. Let me find Mr. Tigo. Send him this link. All right, Tigo, you're there. Let's see if I can do a little motion right here. Do a little boom. I'll give you guys a second. Tigo, I'll answer you in just 1 minute. I see you over there. Going to be a loss of 2 coming up. All right. I got Tigo joining. Let me just get this set up correctly. See if I did that right. Tigo, you hear me?
Yes, I can.
There we go. Tigo hopping in. What's up, dude? Good to have you here.
Good to have you.
Are you
Question?
Yes. Shoot.
Real quick. Do you have the ability to chroma key my background if I put
do.
a green screen up?
If you put a green screen up, I can have you sitting next to me. I'm going to lose my shit. This is going to be so cool. All right. So Tigo's got this going on. All right, I'm going to adjust my screen over here. This is going to be outrageous. I can't wait for this. All right. Boys and girls, give me a second. Going to do a little resizing here. Try and shrink me around. Boom! Look how big I am. All right.
Man, my whole back was just exposed. Like,
dude, I got you. Give me just a sec. I'll figure it out. See, I'm trying to do this on the fly here. Green screen is keyed out. Let's do. All right. We're going to get a little. Tigo's so tiny next to me.
little baby Tigo.
Let's go here. Let's do a little. See if you can get a little closer to you. Maybe a little more light on the green screen. It's close.
Yeah.
I'll drop.
No, that doesn't do it.
No, hold on. I got you. So it's got to hit the green screen coming at you.
Yeah, I got to move these lights.
Yeah. Your left-hand side is what I'm looking at.
Probably not wearing green would be a better option.
I would say that's probably helpful. Let me see if I can. I might be able to fade this a little bit. Oh, there we go. Oh, see, look at this. Look at me go. Look at this go.
There it is.
Got a pretty decent stuff. You got a nice comfy chair. Look at me and Tigo sitting here watching this. Junior says scooch over.
Yeah. We're too close. We're bumping elbows. And
I know, right? It's just knocking into each other.
Reminds me of week 1.
I was going to say, Tigo and I were here sitting watching Rodgers go down, unfortunately.
Yeah.
How you feeling about this game? You got a favorite
what?
You're rooting for? How you feeling about this game? You got a favorite you're rooting for?
I'm an Oregon guy.
Okay.
Based purely on the because I'm a Bo Nix guy.
Sure.
I have Bo Nix as QB3 right now on my big board, and I think that I liked Bo Nix back in Auburn, and I felt like Auburn was failing him.
Okay.
I always thought he was better than I always thought he was better than Auburn, right? And I could never understand why he didn't leave. And then when he left for Oregon, I was like, this is it. Like, this is the opportunity. This is where he's going to show up and show out and really explode onto the scene. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So I really want Oregon to win because it would, in my opinion, if he wins this game, I think it would solidify Oregon in the college football playoff championship, whatever the crap it's called. But also I think it would solidify the Heisman for him because I think the Heisman is between him and Daniels right now. And I would love for Bo Nix to win it.
Yeah, I was going to say Daniels has been impressive. I think Daniels right now is probably my favorite quarterback to watch. Caleb is exciting, but where do you fall on Caleb as a quarterback prospect?
I have him as QB2.
Okay.
I like Drake May a lot more. If you want my super in-depth thoughts on it, I'll do a quick brief here, but I am going to do a little plug. Dom C and I have started we do a Draft Dodgers podcast weekly. So
Ooh,
we did our
okay.
quarterback rankings. So if you're interested in that, but I have May over Williams.
Okay.
And it's the same reason why I had Quinnen Williams over Bosa in that draft. And it
Oh,
was,
interesting.
I am taking the guy because I made this mistake once before and I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the guy with the higher floor versus
Okay.
the guy with the higher ceiling. And so
Interesting. All
even
right.
though Caleb Williams has the ability and the potential and just the natural talent to be one of the, if not the best quarterback in football,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if that reminds you of anybody that we've also had who
Dude, I'm
maybe
terrified of
wears number
Caleb
2
Williams.
for our team.
Well, I was gonna say Caleb Williams is not someone I would want to like be in position to draft. Like I would like him to be drafted by the time that we would be on, not necessarily we, but like a team that needs a quarterback would be on the board. He's scary to me. I don't love
Yeah.
Williams the way a lot of other people do.
The thing with Caleb is there are two types of prospects, and most of them are type B, right? So type A is their system proof quarterbacks, or not quarterbacks, they're system proof players. They can go to 32 of 32 NFL teams, and it will not matter. They're gonna work. Those guys are what we call generational. Right?
Okay.
Very rarely do you get a guy that legitimately can fit on 32 of 32 NFL teams. In this year's draft, there's 2 of those guys. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brock Bowers, right? They can go to 32 of 32 NFL teams and they're going to work. Then you have non-system proof players. And this is where a majority of the people I think that are general managers and in front offices are drafting incorrectly. I would give credit that Joe Douglas does this better than most out there. But they're drafting. A lot of people are just drafting BPA based on the boards that they're creating and not super taking into consideration how those players fit into their system and how those players fit into their, not culture, but like, can you groom this guy to be something there? And that's where I look at it and where I go, I think Drake May works on like 25 of 32 NFL teams. And I think Caleb Williams is going to work on 10 NFL teams. And I don't know if any of those 10 NFL teams are going to be in control of the number 1 overall pick. Now,
so the Bears, like, the Bears currently holding the number 1 pick by way of Carolina. How you feel about that pick?
if the Bears fire Eberflus, which I think is going to happen, and Ben Johnson goes to Chicago, I think Caleb Williams works. But that's more because Ben Johnson is an incredibly, incredibly smart offensive mind versus Caleb Williams. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's where I look at it. Another match that I think is like a match made in heaven would be if the Giants lose out, they might get quarterback one. They might get into a position to go and take the best quarterback off the board. And Dable with
you think
Williams.
The Panthers are going to win a game? Like, they're going to get another win?
I'm not saying no. But what I'm saying is they'd be in striking distance. You can convince the Bears to give up one. If you're
I don't think you
four,
can. With two,
if you're
with
the
two
Giants,
top 5 picks, if I were the Bears, there's no way one's for sale. No way.
But what I'm saying is, what if I don't agree with this? Let me start by saying this. I don't think that this is what they should do. But what if they believe in Fields? You shouldn't. He has not given you a reason to believe in Fields. But you know what I'm saying? You might be able to convince, that general manager to say, take this year's first and next year's first from us.
Mm-hmm.
Move
and then
back
keep
3
Fields.
spots.
I mean,
and keep Fields for 1 year.
If you traded out a 1 and Williams is awesome and Fields is a dud, you would be ran out of town. Ryan comes in with a super
because you
chat.
get a run back.
Ryan comes in with a super chat, says that photo of Salah is going to give me nightmares. Y'all having too much fun. Dude, Photoshop has the option to play with some AI. So I pulled out Salah from the commercial and had to have a little fun with it. So I got it's not actually his body. This is what AI thinks his body should look like.
I was like, he's wearing like a medium in that, and I've never seen him wear anything larger than an extra small.
Dude, he looks enormous in everything he wears. But the only shot with him with the toothbrush is literally from like clavicles up with like part of the arm. So I had to get a little creative with it. Definitely a little interesting.
It's still a really. If you wouldn't have told me that, I wouldn't have thought about it. I wouldn't.
Right?
Have, that would never have clicked.
Stealthy,
It's really
as hell.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate that. Washington going to get the ball here. 10-3, 8:46 left in the first half. Tigo, if there's someone you could have
Michael
in the
Penix.
stands, is
Oh,
there
go ahead.
someone you would prefer in
Yeah.
the stands right now? I got Godzilla. I got the. You can see who it is.
Not really. I think you got a really, really good good
Optimus
group of-
Prime was
group of
on the
guys here.
list. Optimus Prime might be in there at some point. Well, we'll talk about it. I'll have my people talk to his people. Penix in the pistol. 2 receivers bottom of the screen. Number 2 in motion. Play action. Looks left. Throws left. Caught at the 46-yard line. 1st and 10. 8:40 coming up for the Huskies.
Future New York Jet, assuming we don't lose out, Romo Dunze right here. This guy, number 1 for Washington,
Yeah?
is legitimately a really, really good weapon. He is, I believe he is either I can't remember if he's 6'3" or if he's 6'4". He's huge either way. 6'3", 6'4", 215-ish pounds. And the guy can move. And I just continue to look at this and I go, man, if I, like I said, and I've made this apparent. He's 6'3", 215. I would move up for Marvin Harrison. I would trade up for Marvin Harrison if you're within striking distance. I think you got to get to 4 to get it done, and that's where I would trade. I would try to do that if I could.
What do you think the Cardinals do? Are the
and-
Cardinals an O-line, a receiver, or a quarterback? Or a trade-out?
Selling. They're selling.
think they'll
2 is
sell?
for sale.
So
2
you
is
think
for
they're
sale.
keeping Kyler then, I guess?
I would trade Kyler. I think you can trade Kyler. I think you can send. There are a bunch of teams that would be interested in Kyler, and as long as you're not asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars, I think you could sell Kyler.
I think
And if you sell Kyler, I think Drake May
Atlanta
is
and
way
Minnesota are my 2 teams for Kyler right now. Both dome teams.
That's
I
what I
think
was
either
saying,
one would
dude.
be great. Atlanta would be wild. Penix
better.
drops
What
back
a
to pass.
throw by Penix!
Oh, cannon. Whoa. Inside the 5. Wow, what a bomb. It's not even close. Penix is
What a play.
outperforming Knicks by a country fucking mile right now.
Washington is the better team. Like, don't mistake it. I just thought maybe Knicks could overcome. Remember that this is a rematch. Oregon's only loss on this season was against Washington, and I believe week 2. So it's like Oregon is coming in as the underdogs, and they should. Penix has been slinging it this year and has absolutely put himself in the position of being one of the quarterbacks taken in the first round. If he can pass a physical for your football team, and there you go, touchdown for Washington.
Washington. Little flip to the receiver on the end around there. Wow.
Yeah.
16
They're-
to 3 Huskies to start this game.
It's a good
Dude,
team.
the Ducks do not look good. Not look good.
By the end of it, the Washington might have 3 players taken in the first round. By
gonna
the
say
end, by the end of everything,
They're talking Penix and 2 receivers, right? Is the
not in the first round. Romo Dunes in the first round, definitely,
Yeah.
right? I think he has the ability to be a top 10 pick. But if we're talking about the offense alone,
Mhm.
you could have 4 players going in the top 40. You know, in Penix and O'Dunes and Polk and Fatanu.
No,
and,
I didn't
like
key you out. Damn it. I got to change the other screen. I'm fucking around and I forgot that I didn't do this. Yeah, okay, so Penix, Dunes, what's the third guy's name?
Polk, Jalen Polk, the wide receiver. He
Yeah,
might.
yeah.
I don't have him in the first round. I have him as a second round guy, so I think that's where he ends up going. But their tackle, Troy Fatanu, he's a guy. He's currently their left tackle. He's a guy that you look at and you go, maybe. Not just for like the Jets, but I'm just talking about he
Yeah.
might be able to be a guy that sneaks into the bottom of the first. This year's class is one of the best classes I've ever seen
For wide
because you
receiver, you're
can
saying.
legitimately no. Period. The
Oh, in
only
general.
position group that the only position groups that this draft does not have a bunch of talent at, in my opinion, is a running back and tight end. That's it.
Tight end, definitely. Dude, there's no one outside of Bowers. Maybe two. There might be
Like-
two total, but like nothing outside of that.
You-
Like very weak tight end class.
Look, I'm interested in Jatavian Sanders. I'm interested in a guy like Luke Lackey. I'm interested in a guy like a Jaheim Bell from Florida State. Like those guys interest me. Cade Stover out of Ohio State. But this is it might go Brock Bowers and then 50 or 60 picks before we see another tight end off the board, which is just insane. And this class might not have a running back taken until the third round.
It doesn't surprise me. I don't know. I haven't looked at running back super closely. I think the first time I pulled the trigger on running back in my mock might have been in the 4th round, where it's like, okay, let's take a bigger bodied guy. And even then, I don't particularly love that. I had us take in the kid from Notre Dame, who's not super fast. There's a lot of
Audric Estime?
I wouldn't say red flags. What was that?
Audric Estime or Estime?
Estime.
I don't know how to pronounce his last
Yes.
name. Estime, is that it?
Estime.
Yeah.
Estime, yeah. Not super shifty, big goal line kind of running back. I think he's clocked at like a 4.5, which feels faster than he looks on tape. I would be fine with an undrafted running back. I don't have to draft one this year. Same with tight end. Like I like Conklin and Ruckert coming back, and I would, if you can see what you have in Kuntz, I feel like Kuntz's upside is better than wasting a pick on a tight end. I think Uzama's definitely gone. No shot he's hanging around.
I agree. My thing would be in the first round, if you can't get, because let's say wherever the Jets are, if you can't walk away with Marvin Harrison Jr. or Brock Bowers, I would trade out.
What? You would
I
take
would
a
trade
tight end
out.
in the top 10, dude?
I would take Brock Bowers at
No
number 2.
shit. I got to watch him more because that's
I would-
fucking terrifying
if you-
to me. I don't want a tight end
Brock
in the top 10 at all.
Bowers, Dom corrected me on this, and he's absolutely right. We got to stop calling him a tight end.
Just a weapon?
It is Brock Bowers' offensive weapon.
Okay.
Because you can legitimately line him up at the running back, at the fullback, at the tight end, in the slot, out wide as a receiver. Hell, I swear he could probably play better tackle than some of the guys that we have on the team right now. Brock Bowers is an offensive weapon. He is the best tight end I have evaluated in years. He is.
Damn.
I hate the generational tag.
But you
I
think
truly,
him
truly
and
hate
Harrison are the two?
But him and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brock Bowers are truly, truly, truly generational. I don't think we're going to see another tight end like Brock Bowers in years.
No shit.
He's just so good. I would take him. Instantly, I would take him.
Q comes in and says, "Would you? Do you have a picture of a frozen green bean to add to the crowd? I'll have to make a picture of green bean and Matt and add them to back here behind me, and green bean will have the blue hue over him, so that way you can't tell that he's not frozen. You got to have him frozen." Zachary Berner comes in and says, "Brock Bowers versus Kyle Pitts. Which one do you think?"
Brock Bowers by a country mile.
I mean, especially based on what Pitts has done in the pros.
That's a lot of Arthur Smith. I don't think it's all on Pitts, but Kyle Pitts. I didn't have Kyle Pitts graded that high.
Really?
I didn't have him as a top 10 pick.
Bo Nix
I
throws
thought that
it
he
to
was
the
going to
left. Running back gets a little 5-yard gain. Going to be 2nd and 5 coming up. Sorry about that.
It's a good little short gain. Again, another running back that might be getting a look in the draft is the Oregon running back. I believe that was Bucky Irving who got it. Another guy who might be able to, create some movement. Shorter, shifty guy, quick, having a down year compared to what he did last year, but still,
NFL
he's an
Draft
interesting
Buzz
player
has
to
him
come
ranked I was going to say NFL Draft Buzz has him ranked at 104 right now in terms of overall prospects. So you're talking roughly third round. Third, fourth.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So
Again,
that's gotta be one of the higher
the
picks
end.
for running
No.
back is what I'm saying.
I don't think so. Because here's the thing,
Well,
I
you're
think the
saying
running
third or fourth
backs are
round
going
for
to
running back. If 104
Yeah,
is,
but what I'm saying is I think you're going to start seeing the running backs come off the board at the top of the third. So you're talking about like 65, 64, 65. That's where the running
one
backs
round.
are going to go. And then you're going to see a run on running backs. Because, so like I have Blake Corum as running back 1 in this draft, the running back from Michigan.
Yeah,
I could see him as like a bottom of the second kind of a guy to go, probably more of a third round pick. But like once he goes, Jonathan Brooks goes, Donovan Edwards, the other Michigan running back goes, Marshawn Lloyd, the running back out of USC goes, Trey Benson,
fourth down
the guy
coming
out
up
of
for
Florida
Oregon
State.
right
But like
now.
they're all bunched together. Oregon needs to start putting something together. This is what? This is the final Pac-12 game
drive. Yeah, this is the Pac-12 championship, so and it's a final Pac-12
Right, like
game total because they're dissolving. Is there
Yeah.
even going to be a Pac-12?
That's what
I
I'm
mean, it's
saying.
going to be what, 3 teams
No.
maybe?
It's 2 teams left, and they're going to go independent until they can find a home.
I think that's the way to go. All right, punt
Yeah.
coming up here
Pac-12 is
for
dissolving.
Oregon. Washington about to get the ball back. This game could be over by halftime if Oregon doesn't get something going right here.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard with these college teams because they never let up because you gotta score points to get into the CFP and Washington is in that they're in the conversation to be in the CFP. They stay,
If they win, I mean they're not dropping below 3. They'll probably stay at 3. I would think. I don't think they'll go up.
That's
at
what I'm
all.
saying. There's
who's
arguments
for right
like that's
now?
the thing is like other people will have arguments. I believe isn't it
It's Ohio State is no. I think
Ohio
Ohio
is
State's
1,
out
right?
of it. No, isn't it Georgia 1?
Yeah.
Is it Georgia?
What am I saying?
I think it's Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Huskies 3,
Washington, Florida State.
Florida State is 4. Okay, so Ducks are 5.
Yeah.
Ohio State I think is 6, if I remember
Yep.
correctly.
Yeah, right.
They're like just outside of it, and then I think Alabama's 7 or 8.
Yeah, it goes 7, 8, Texas, Alabama.
Okay,
Which is
All right.
interesting. So let's say Georgia loses,
Yeah.
right? To Alabama. That's their next game.
Yep.
I think that's tomorrow.
Does Alabama jump?
How do you dictate that, right?
Is
because
that Georgia's
according
only
to
loss?
the committee, that would be Georgia's 1 loss. So
You can't.
according
They'd
to the
stay
committee,
top 4.
Alabama would have to be ranked above Georgia. But here's the thing.
I don't agree.
Alabama's also a 1-loss team. And the
Yep.
only loss that they have is to Texas. So according to the committee,
Interesting.
wouldn't
With
Texas
Texas?
then have to be above both Alabama and Georgia because Texas blew out Alabama in Tuscaloosa? Like that's where you start looking into and going
Who
like
is
what's
Georgia's
happening
only
here?
loss? Who's Georgia? Or no, is Georgia?
Georgia
undefeated?
doesn't have a loss. Georgia's
feel like
undefeated.
Georgia's gotta stay
This
in. If
only
Georgia loses
plays
to
out
Alabama-
if Alabama loses.
I can't see Alabama. I can't see Georgia dropping out of the top 4 because they lost to Alabama. Like for Alabama,
But that's the thing. Everything has to shift.
I mean, that'd be huge. That's why is next year
It'd
the
be
first year of the
crazy.
expanded playoffs?
Yeah.
I think next year's the
The 12
expanded
teams.
playoffs. I like that.
Is it 12 or 8?
I feel
I
like
think
it's
it's 12,
8.
right?
It might be 12.
I thought it was
I
the
thought it
first 4 teams top 4 get a bye, and then the back 8 play to play in.
Oh, interesting.
I believe is how it goes.
I like that. I'm a big fan.
I
of
can
the
be wrong
college
there.
football
Someone look
playoff.
that up and quote me.
Flight
Don't
rate
quote me
says
on that.
12.
Someone go find that and put it.
Yeah,
Is it
flight rate
12?
says 12.
See, okay, cool.
He also says Brock Bowers was ready for the league when he was a freshman. So he's that good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm telling you,
Jets
dude,
fan
he is
says
my
Penix can't
second
pressure.
favorite prospect.
So Penix doesn't care pressure in his face, man. Says NY Jets fan. So do you think is Penix quarterback 3 for you? Like, are you saying like May and
No.
Caleb 1? Who's 3?
Knicks. I
Knicks
like
is 3.
Knicks. I like Knicks a
Really?
lot. Knicks is 3 for me. Penix is 4.
shit.
Would have Penix 3. I would have Penix 3 if it wasn't for the fact that he's hurt the same knee twice
Yep.
and has hurt both of his shoulders. Like he is going to not get drafted by a lot of teams. Like he should be drafted much higher than where he's going to end up. And it's going to be because he's not going to be able to clear a physical. Like
Penix drops back in
dude,
the
look
shotgun,
at this throw.
looks right, throws right, cannon. Wow, connects. He's good, dude. He's real good.
Dude, future New York Jet Romo Dunes running a simple route, and Penix
are the Jets going to trade down and get him? That's what you're hoping for? Or you want to take him early?
Well, again, where are the Jets?
Well,
that's the question.
I think the Jets are going to be at 7. 7 is where I feel we're going to be. We're at 8 right now. I think we win a game or 2.
If you're at 7, I would take Dunes at 7 or 8.
Damn.
I have him as a top 15 guy, and that's where I would go. But like my biggest fear with Penix, and I agree with Jonathan Moore, I think he is the second. I think based purely on what I believe the NFL is going to like think of him, I don't think he's going to go all that high. So he's going to go to a situation that's going to really, really make him shine. He's going to like, dude, Penix at Washington. Can you imagine that? Washington's going to have a relatively later pick.
Well, so
he's going to go and have Justin Jefferson and Addison.
So let's look at the draft board momentarily, real quick. So you got the Bears at 1.
Yes, MD, he did.
Let's say they take a quarterback. Let's say Arizona trades out, they take a quarterback. Now you got New England, Chicago, Washington, and the Giants. Does Washington take a quarterback at 5, or are they cool with Howell right now? I guess it depends, like what happens when Belichick ends up there. But
you would go quarterback, offensive tackle. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4.
Yep.
Offensive tackle at 5. And then it starts getting swifty at 6, 7 because the Jets are currently at 8. The Giants and Tampa are where you start to get a little bit swifty because they technically have the same needs.
I was going to say I would not take a quarterback if I were the Giants. I would take the receiver for the Giants and take a quarterback at the top of the second, or even trade up because the Giants have 2 second-round picks. I would take one at the back end of the first if I were the Giants. I think that's where the value is.
I think if you're the Giants, I don't think it is. I think a lot of the kids that were going to be really valuable in the second are starting to go back to school. Quinn Ewers going back to school. I think JJ McCarthy is going to end up going back to school. He's a guy that you would probably get at the bottom of the first, top of the second. Yep. Then you're looking at,
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels is going to be he might go to Tampa at 7.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I think he's a top 10 pick. I think
Jaden Daniels is going
more
to
than
break
anyone
the draft.
else. I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in this draft right now. Like I don't care for Ewers. I don't care for Williams. I don't care for Drake May. Penix with the injuries scares me. So John Moore saying he'll have the best NFL career. He might go to the best situation because I think he'll go a little later than some of the other guys, like Tigo was saying before.
Absolutely.
That's a good way to look at that.
Imagine he goes to the Rams. The Rams are at 14 right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like he goes to the Rams, and Stafford's a little hurt. We don't know what's going to happen there. Like the Rams aren't a badly built Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp. Like that's a good situation. Like, and that's
Kupp's
where you
older.
look
Kupp's
at it and you go
32, 33 right now. But either way, I mean, if he sits behind Stafford for 2 years,
you can't sit him.
No, you don't think so?
There's two quarterbacks that you can't sit in this draft. If you're planning on drafting a quarterback to sit, these guys are off of your boards, and that's Penix and Nix. And I would throw Daniels.
Is it because of the age?
I would throw Daniels in that draft. Yeah, dude, they're 24.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard to justify taking a guy that old, and keeping him. It's the same thing with Daniels. And keeping them. It's why I didn't like Kenny Pickett in that draft. I had Sam Howell as QB1
Kenny
of that
Pickett's
draft.
fucking hands are killing me. They're so tiny in a cold weather stadium.
And I just looked at it and I was like, I was willing to overlook that because he played in that stadium.
Sure.
Dude, he went to Pitt. He played in
he was there. He was in the city.
Dude, he was playing at Ketchup Field for 5 years. But my thing was he wasn't ready for the NFL. And he needed to sit. He needed time to develop. And you can't take a 25-year-old to give them time to develop. And this is where this draft is so crazy at quarterback. Washington in the red zone. Let's see. Oh,
yeah, they got. So I'm a little behind you, so I'll call it. Penix throws right. Little wide receiver screen. Going to be a loss of 3 on 3rd and 5. Going to be 4th down coming up. Going for the field goal attempt. Washington is with less than 2 minutes to go. Jace Odom comes in with a super chat. Says, take Neighbors if Harrison and O'Dunes is gone. I would be surprised if the Jets didn't get their pick of the number 2 wide receiver in this class. I don't think we're getting lower than 7. Do you think the Jets are going to... So last year, I think 5 wins put us at like 7. I don't think the Jets are going to fall. I think the Jets are definitely in the top 10. I predict pick 7. What do you think?
If you're at 7, you would have your pick of wide receiver 2.
Yes.
Whatever wide receiver 2 is for you, that's where they would be. Now, I will say this. I do agree with the super chat that Neighbors is wide receiver 2. He is wide receiver 2 on my board as
but you
well.
Would say weapon 2 is Bowers.
Weapon 2 is Bowers. I would take Brock Bowers over wide receiver 2 any day of the week. But what I'm saying, like, if you're honed in on a wide receiver, I don't know if you can legitimately take Neighbors having Garrett Wilson on the team, because they're really, really similar players. And you want some diversity in your wide receiver room. You already have your kind of do-it-all master in the slot. You want him at the X, you want him at the Y, put him in motion, do all that kind of wide receiver. And I think what we need is a true red zone contested catch kind of guy. I think we're starting to see, one, because of bad quarterback play, but we're starting to see that Garrett Wilson, he's just not the strongest dude. He's going to have a hard time when he has to go up there and fight a corner. And so I'd rather not ask him to do that. You can throw up the middle. That's where he's going to shine.
Coleman or O'Dunes will be your preferred choice. So I would agree.
Now,
I think
in the
Neighbors,
top
due to
10,
his height, I would not go with him.
Yeah. If you're in the top 10, I feel totally comfortable taking Rome O'Dunes in the top 10. Totally cool. But if you're outside of the top 10, this is where I start seeing a little bit of you trade back, because I love Keon Coleman out of Florida State. I don't have him as close to the guys in the top. And then it goes Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Rome O'Dunes. And Malik Neighbors and Rome O'Dunes are like 2A, 2B. Take your pick. They're wide receiver 2. But then you start getting into a lot of these guys, like, where does Keon Coleman end up? 6'4", 215. A.D. Mitchell out of Texas, where does he end up? 6'4", 200. Xavier Leggett is DK Metcalf reincarnated. Where does he end up? I have him at the bottom of the 1st right now, And so you start looking. Brian Thomas Jr., the other wide receiver at LSU, 6'4", 205. Where does he end up?
I was going to say, I'm looking at A.D. Mitchell, and I'm pretty sure I had him in my mock offseason in the 4th round, because that's where Draft Buzz had him, but he's in the 1st round with Tankathon, so I'm totally off.
He is.
Where are you on
not
tackle?
A 4th round pick.
Where are you tackle in the 1st round then?
I don't take a tackle in the 1st round at all.
Because of how strong the class is?
I would not take a tackle in this draft.
Wow, Nick's over the middle.
What a route
into Washington territory, down to the 40, the 36-yard line with 1:27 left. Oregon finally getting some life here. So where are you on the tackle? Because it's Joe Alt and Olu Fashanu are like the 2 top tackles. Then it seems like the kid from Alabama, J.C. Latham.
I'm not a Latham guy.
Talisi Fuaga from Oregon State are the next 2.
Yeah. He's offensive tackle 3 in my book, is Talisi Fuaga. I love him. I'm also a big fan of Amarius Mims out of Georgia. I love him as well.
Dude, I could take anyone from Georgia. I'd be pumped with that.
I love him as
when
well.
When you get the best players from the best schools.
Yeah. Amarius Mims reminds me of Broderick Jones, a guy who just hasn't played a ton, but has all the physical tools, know? Love that. Not the biggest J.C. Latham guy. I think he's much, much better inside at the next level. Kind of what Evan Neal should have probably done. I think he's going to get a shot
Neal's
at
definitely going to guard. Neal for the Giants is terrible. Absolutely horrible at tackle right now.
And I'm scared because I have a lot of the same notes that I had for Neil for JC
Yeah.
Latham. And who knows? Maybe
Oregon,
JC
another
Latham makes
first
it work
down.
out.
Minute 17 to go in the half. Going to be inside.
Got
the
to make a drive
30.
if you're Oregon here.
You have to. I'm pretty sure Huskies started with the ball. So if you can score here, get a touchdown. So they're going to have it at the 24.5-yard line, first down. Got to score a touchdown here. So that way you can get some points after half as well.
You got to
Nix
get
in the
points
shotgun. He's got two receivers either side of the field. Looks right. Throws over the middle. Gets popped. The receiver. Incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Gotta hold on to that. The good thing is that the clock has stopped. It gives them an opportunity. And if you're Oregon here, 2nd and 10, you've got another play in the book. You got to take a shot at the end zone. Troy Franklin at 6'3", he's number 11 for Oregon. You got to get him. You got to get him open out there. I don't like the idea of like, why are you throwing to a running back when you've got a guy in Troy Franklin who can get open, on the opposite? Bo Nix has an arm that I'm looking at the top of the field at number 11, who's on the 76, to see if you can get something down the field here.
Nix in the shotgun, running back to his right. Two receivers either side of the field. Looks left, throws a bomb to the left. Going to be incomplete. No one home. Going to throw a flag, though. Holy smokes.
Absolutely.
Wow.
He was holding on to him. And like I said, you got to look at Troy Franklin.
They're going to say holding, I think, instead of pass interference. I don't think it was a catchable ball. I think they're going to say it was held prior to the throw.
No, that's pass interference because if he's not holding,
I mean,
he's not
nowhere
holding,
near
he
the
could
ball.
get there.
Is there
But
no
if he
catchable
wasn't
ball?
held, there is.
I mean, he's not.
But-
there's no way he's catching that ball. No
But
shot.
the question then becomes, could he have caught it if he wasn't held so early?
Well, I get that. I don't even think it was even catchable like in bounds. Like that was just not a good throw.
It wasn't.
10, 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. 3 receivers top of the screen. Nix in the shotgun, running back to his right.
Look at the tight end to split the safeties here up the middle. I would watch that number 3. He's in motion.
Oh, he takes it himself. He's going to run down to the 1-yard line. Going to be 45 seconds left. 2nd and goal. Oregon does have one timeout. They're going to run to the line.
This is why I like
though.
Nix. This is why I like Nix so much. He provides that ability with his legs. He's an insanely good athlete. Imagine Bo Nix in Atlanta with Arthur Smith. That'd be such a good
timeout here. Got to call a timeout, I would think. 26 seconds. They're not calling a timeout. 2nd down, 3rd down.
Makes a guy miss for Bo Nix. It's a great play out of him. I don't like the play call there to run it up the middle.
So they hustle. 3 receivers top of the screen. Nix to the right. Looks right. Throws right. Tight end. One-hand grab. Wow, what a touchdown.
What a touchdown. Oh, my gosh.
What a grab. Wow. That was an impressive
play.
catch. Impressive catch.
I would love to know what the play call was, if that was the design, if that was what was supposed to happen, or if the tight end just broke free and Nix just... Because you never know with Bo Nix if it's a designed run, if it's a throw.
It looked like there was an option. Like, it looked like initially when he started to run that he was going to look for that throw. So I think it was schemed to peel off of his block. All right, we got a little bit of a game going. 10-20. With 9 seconds left in the half here. Oregon's going to get the ball after half, too.
And this is exactly what you talked about leading into this, right?
Yeah.
Move, go down the field, put some points off the board. You want 7, you didn't want 3, right? And now you come back into the half. You get the ball back. Now we got ourselves a ball game. You can score now. You've broken that, the monkey's off the back. You can get a touchdown. Just do it again. Run it back. There is no reason to ever let Braylon Trice not be double teamed. The kid's going to go in the first round. Double team Trice every time and try to give Nick some time because he can sling it, man.
He's impressive. First half wasn't great. He's got to come alive in the second half, though. He started 1 of 5 for 8 yards. Since then, he's 11 of 14 for 109 and a touchdown. Talk about a total flip of the script. A lot of that was drop passes early on. The first 2 or 3 drives, 3 and outs for Oregon. All right, Oregon kicking off. 9 seconds left here.
You got to squib it here.
Nah, they're booting it all the way.
That's interesting.
So
I get it. You put him at the 25, and
you don't
Penix has
risk the
got a
kickoff.
cannon. Yeah,
He does.
Penix has
They'll
got a
probably kneel it
cannon.
though. 20-10. I feel like you're comfortable kneeling it and going.
Is
into
it
half.
Vegas?
I didn't know that. I'll be honest. I had no
That's
idea.
Allegiant Stadium. That's Vegas.
That is Allegiant Stadium. I'm looking for the big bubble. I don't see the bubble there though. I think it's to the left. All right, Penix just going to take a knee. We're going to go to half, 10-20. Tigo, I'm going to let you hold down the fort. Daddy's got to take a leak.
You go do that, because when you come back, I'm going to do one too. So, Kuz, to answer your question, I really like Knicks. I have Knicks at QB3 right now on my board. I just love his dual threat ability. I think that he can come into an NFL roster and kind of just operate that roster really, really well and effectively. I love the idea of like if Bo Nix goes to Tampa, right? Tampa currently has the 7th pick. Bo Nix goes to Tampa. That's a great spot for Bo, in my opinion, right? You got Mike Evans, who I believe that Tampa's going to bring back. You know, you've got Godwin there. You got White. Like, that's a team that's built really, really well. You can assume that they're going to be active in the free agency market on the offensive line. Like, that would be a place that would really, really work for him, in my opinion. But like, I don't know where to put these. Like, are they top 10 picks? Are they, top 15 picks? Are they top 25 picks? Because I could see Bo Nix going as early as 7 and as late as 28 to the Cowboys or whatever, if the Cowboys decide to take a quarterback because of the whole Dak Prescott contract situation. So it's really, really interesting to kind of see. This offseason is going to be really interesting because this is the best quarterback draft class in a long time. There's so many guys that are going to be available, and teams that don't necessarily look like they might be quarterback teams might become quarterback teams. The Broncos might not be a quarterback team because Russell Wilson is cooking again. But if you're at 18 and you're staring down the barrel of Michael Penix or Bo Nix, and you're talking about getting rid of that Russell Wilson contract, it's an interesting conversation to have. If you're the Cardinals at 17 with the Texans pick, and maybe you sell number 2, and now you're at 17, and one of the quarterbacks that you really liked is still there. There's a lot of really interesting things that can happen in this draft class, and we're going to have to see how this falls out. This is going to be a draft class that legitimately might break records in terms of we might see 5 or 6 quarterbacks going in the first round. We might see 7 or 8 offensive tackles going in the first round. We might see 7 or 8 edge players going in the first round. And I'm not saying all of those are going to happen, but like, there is a legitimate conversation to be had where, like, if you look at these edge prospects, I know that we're not in an edge world right now, but this is one of the best edge classes in a long time. I think it's better than the JJ class, with all of those guys. You got
a crazy class.
who's a top 5 pick, in my opinion, if he can pass a physical. Because remember, a couple years ago, he medically retired. Chop Robinson reminds me of Bryce Huff a little bit, just twitchy and explosive and can move, and he needs a pass rush plan. He needs to develop his skill set, but boy, can this guy explode. Jared Verse was going to be a top 5 pick last year, and he went back to school. Where does Dallas Turner fall? And that Swiss Army knife of a weapon. Where does Braylon Trice fall? And that Swiss Army knife of a weapon. So many guys in this class. This upcoming draft is going to be so much fun, based purely on you can literally go anywhere and it's going to be a good pick in the first round, outside of running back, and it's not named Brock Bowers.
So you named Russell Wilson as a potential, like, maybe they want to move on from him at some point. Right now, his contract, he has $17 million guaranteed for next year, but as of March 21st, so his ass isn't getting cut, so he'll be on the roster. So his 2025 salary is going to be guaranteed. That's $37 million. So he's basically locked in to the Broncos through 2025. He'll have $4 million guaranteed at the beginning of, March 21st of 2025. but then they could move off of him at that point. That would be a $55 million cap hit. So realistically, Russ is there for 2024 and 2025. And then after that, he's probably gone. Unless they restructure and he still continues to play well. Dude, talk about a turnaround from Russ Wilson. Going from fucking Hackett last year and looking like dog shit to looking back to his old self.
Yeah.
Juno Rudy says, I see Penix staying in Seattle. You think Seattle looks for a quarterback now?
Dude, if one of them is available, they're going to make the playoffs, right? With how weak the NFC is.
Right now, they are sitting at 21. They have J.J. McCarthy, Tankathon does, going to Seattle at 21. If Penix is there at 21, they'll take him. I'd be surprised if he made it that far.
JJ?
No, I'd be surprised if Penix goes that far.
Oh, but he can. That's the thing.
Tankathon has him going, Penix going to 20, so it's not crazy to think.
That's what I'm saying. This whole class is so volatile because everybody's going to have a different list. There's not going to be a consensus, at all. Over the last couple of years, we've kind of had consensus with certain positions and certain players, and there were very few people that were outliers to that, right? But there was a general consensus of these are the guys and this is the order, right? And this year is totally different. Everybody might agree on who wide receiver 1 is and tight end 1 is, and that's it. That's it. That's going to be the only class where there's going to be a consensus number 1. Because I already know of guys that are draft gurus that are, May over Williams or Williams over May. Me and Dom disagree. I have May over Williams. Dom is Williams over May. And I disagree with that.
I don't love Williams. I'll be honest. I don't know if I necessarily have one over the other right this second. I haven't watched enough tape on him, but I don't love Williams. Not the same way I've loved other quarterbacks. I mean, he's impressive, but he does so much off script, which is fucking terrifying.
When you watch him, he is a walking highlight reel. But
I know. Yeah.
What I want you to pay attention.
Some of the throws he does is out of bounds, jumping out of bounds, ripping it down the field, impressive fucking throws.
One of the things that I'll say, and when you decide to watch Williams, right, is pay attention to not just Williams, but to USC's offense as a whole. And what I mean by that is pay attention to the play calling and the play design.
Dude, Riley's wild. I mean, he's got Baker.
Riley's never going to make it to
Kyler.
the NFL. Riley's never going to make it to the NFL. Yeah.
Why would he want to? He doesn't want to. Just stay in college. He's got the best kid going.
But what I'm saying is he runs 4 plays.
No shit. Really?
Dude, it's 4 verts, a flood concept to one side or the other, an inside zone or an outside zone run, and then slants. That's it.
It works. He's got what,
absolutely
3
works.
Between him, Baker, Hurts, because Hurts was Oklahoma too, right? For a little bit. So Baker, Hurts, Caleb. Am I missing? I'm missing someone. There's someone in there. Kyler.
Wasn't Kyler his?
Kyler was his. Wild. Absolutely wild.
This is why USC is going to be the number 1 destination for a lot of these quarterbacks in the offseason. Sure. Caleb's going to go back to school. Caleb's going to go to the NFL. And now you're talking about Quinn Ewers. He said that he's going back. Well, what is Texas going to do?
You think Arch goes? You think Arch goes to USC?
I think Quinn goes.
No shit. You think Manning's going to stay at Texas?
If you're Texas, what's the right move? Are you really going to give up on all of the money and the publicity that comes with having both of the Mannings? Not just Arch. I'm talking about his uncles. You're going to pass up on all of that publicity and all that stuff. And, with Texas, or you don't care about all of that and you keep Quinn Ewers, the guy who's played you into 11-1 this year. And are you really going to let Arch walk? Because Arch is starting next year. He's not going to stay at Texas if he's not going to start.
No,
so now you're talking about Arch going to USC, and there's a lot of things start to break down.
Does Ewers leave then? Would he want to come out at that point rather than forcing that situation?
If Ewers declares you trade back in the first round and get a second round pick this year, and you take Ewers in the second if you're the Jets.
So I like the idea of getting a quarterback in the second. I like the idea of trading down. I really do.
I do too. Again, if MHJ and Bowers are off the board, you trade down. Like even if Odunze is on the board, and I love Odunze, I'm trading down because there's other guys in this draft. Like if you're telling me you can trade down to like 20 something, it would, in a perfect world, if you can trade that far back, recoup a second round pick this year, recoup maybe a first round pick next year, and get extra picks and all that stuff. And now you're talking about getting Xavier Leggett at the bottom of the first, and now you got a DK Metcalf clone. I'm totally on board with that. But the only quarterback that I would take in the second is Quinn Ewers. I really, really like Quinn Ewers' game. I just love what it does there. But like if you're not trading back, Michael Pratt out of Tulane in the third is my favorite pick for the Jets. If Tulane survives that far, he's a guy you bring in who can sit behind Rodgers, can learn, can do all those things.
What do you think about the FSU kid? I hear a lot of people talking about him. I haven't watched enough.
Jordan
tape on
Travis?
him. Yeah.
He is, well, let's remember he just broke his ankle.
Yeah. No, I get that.
I think it broke his ankle. So he's going to go much, 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 much later than people expect. And so, dude, he's Desmond Ridder.
Really? That's what you think of him?
I don't think he's all that impressive. Like, just personally.
Okay.
I get it. I'm
excited to dive into this. I'm excited. So I haven't done my game by game breakdown of like I want to look at the top matchups that they've had through this year, maybe last year, mainly this year though, and see where they've evolved from.
And remember, I'm not looking at guys when it comes for quarterbacks for the Jets in this year. I'm not looking at guys I'm looking at traits.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at I'm looking at, are you athletic? Can you work off platform? Can you sit I'm looking at traits. I'm not necessarily worried about the nitty gritty of the game like I would be in the top of the draft because I don't expect this guy to start for a year or two.
Sure. No,
and
I
so
agree with that.
I'm
I think
willing
if you can
to
have him sit for a bit.
overlook certain things, you know. Like, for example, Garrett's asking who has Tulane played realistically this year. I have no idea what Tulane's schedule looks like this year. Could not tell you. But I don't really care because I'm not asking Michael Pratt to come in and start this year. That's not the point. You
got some people asking for a mini call-in show. I'm going to throw a little...
Do it.
I'm going to throw a thing up here. Let's do this. Oh, see, this is my behind the scenes. This is what Ryan's dumbass looks like with a fucking or a blue screen. All right. Give me a second. Let's do this. We'll throw someone up here. We'll go a little... All right. So let's do this. Let's throw the link. We'll do join the show. All right. So this link's going to be dropped in the live chat if you guys would like to join the show. The link will be in there. I'm trying to pin it, but it's very tough in the... All right, there we go. Pinned comment in the chat if you guys would like to join the show. I see Kuz. So Kuz, I think, is going to join the show, but he says, hey, Tigo, do you see Chicago going quarterback or Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1? Do you think they have faith in Fields? I think they're definitely going quarterback, and then we'll go wide receiver at number 4 or whatever that second pick is.
What Ryan said. I think that's it. It's a new staff that didn't pick Justin Fields, and he is Zach Wilson, but in Chicago. Can't see a defense. His throwing motion hasn't been fixed. And you're going to have a much higher grade on both Caleb Williams and Drake May than you did on Justin Fields coming out of college. And the reality is that Chicago's roster, specifically on offense, on defense, they have a ton of holes. And I would not be surprised if the pick at 4 is defense. But if you're Chicago, I feel like your offense is one head coach and quarterback away, and either Caleb Williams, like if you get Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, I think you have a legitimate opportunity of competing in the NFC North immediately, even with that bad of a defense, because you got DJ Moore, you got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got all those guys. So
What do you think happens to Fields? Like, I feel like Fields to like Atlanta where he grew up, or like backing up in Baltimore, I think would be really cool. I feel like I feel like he should start somewhere. There's enough bad quarterbacks that I think he could be somewhere, or he's got to be somewhere where there might be a high injury risk where he could prove himself. Is that where you fall?
you're talking about a team that's going to run it back with a guy that they don't necessarily have a ton of faith in. I look at it
You're
and
talking
go,
about the Bears. Well, I don't think
Washington.
I don't think,
No. I'm talking about Fields. Fields is going to end
I
up in a
gotcha.
place where he doesn't necessarily, where they don't necessarily have a ton of faith in their starter. So I look at it and I go I don't think that they should be this way, but again, different general manager, different head coach, assuming that they get fired. Washington didn't the people in Washington right now aren't the people that necessarily drafted him and blah 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 blah. And
Sure.
I'm assuming
You
that they
think
clear
Belichick
house.
goes
By the
there?
way,
Is Belichick going to
no,
Washington?
Belichick retires.
No, it's not happening. He's like 20 wins away from the record. He's not going to retire. I'd be shocked.
I don't think he goes to Washington. He either
I
stays
think
in New
he's
England
going
or
to
he
the Chargers.
retires.
I think he's going to the Chargers or Washington. I think Giants might be the dark horse.
Giants aren't going to fire Dable.
No,
you
but
can't
could
fire Dable.
Belichick go as GM and still get those records?
No, because he's a head coach.
Does it have to be? It's wins.
They're different roles. It's wins as a head coach, not just wins. Period.
So, what is the record for wins as like a GM or head coach? I don't think there's anyone close to either of those.
Well, if you're talking about a guy who's done both, Belichick probably owns the record because that stopped being a thing in the 70s.
Well, he probably owns both, but what I'm saying is, like, if Belichick can say, I'm going to go to whatever team it is as the GM, are you going to say he's not getting those wins at that point? Like, I don't know. I feel like that's still... I could see him being the GM over Dable because he was the head coach over the tight ends coach that was Dable at the time.
But now you have to fire Bean. You hired Bean and Dable together. So now if you're the Giants, you have to fire Bean.
No, it's not Bean. It's Bean is the Bills GM. You're talking
you're
about
right.
Shane.
Shane, yeah. But they came in together. Shane and you're right, Bean is in the Bills. But Shane and Dable came together. So you're going to fire the GM but not that coach to bring in again a guy he's really familiar with because Dable was obviously on the New England staff. I don't think he moves. I don't think he goes anywhere.
All right. We got Carson joining the show. Carson, how you doing tonight, dude?
What's going on, Ryan? I'm Kuz in the chat, by the way. I should make that more distinct.
I would. What's funny is like the amount of people that have like, I shouldn't say ridiculous, but have usernames that will not match up with their actual names at all.
Yeah.
Like, would have had no idea. I have people that come up to me at like Jet games. They're like, "Yo, I'm like DHB fucking 27654." I'm like, "Fucking cool. I recognize it." What's up, Carson? How you doing?
No, what's going on tonight, boys? We enjoying the game? Listen. How are you?
What do you think? I gotta ask. What do you think of this setup? You like the little bit of like creativeness here?
Yeah, no. I enjoy it, and I appreciate you doing the college stream because I remember a few years ago, we did.
Yeah.
You guys did a panel stream with Green Bean and Matt, and you guys did the Ohio State game. You guys did there's one more.
I think we did
Alabama
the national championship game too. I'm pretty sure we did both.
Yeah, did you do 3 or 2? I can't remember. Did you do 3
I think we did 2 that year, and I think I did one more maybe a year or 2 later. I love the college football stuff. I don't do it super often, but like I'll probably do the playoffs as well.
I think right now in terms of college playoff scenarios, and I think this is the best for just entertainment purposes because I've been following college football here. I think it's got to be Michigan, Georgia, Texas, Oregon. I got Oregon winning this game. That would be an electric playoff.
That'd be wild. Tigo, what do you think about that?
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah, it makes me sad because I wish if Jordan Travis didn't go down, I would put Florida State. I would figure out a way to put Florida State in there. I'd probably put Florida State in over Texas. But I don't know how that game is going. If anybody can update me on the score, how's the Florida State versus Florida game?
Well. Florida State beat Florida last week, 24-15, if my memory serves me correct. They play Louisville
Is that
for
Louisville tomorrow?
yeah. That's no, that's is that Saturday? Yeah, that's tomorrow.
I thought it was
And
tonight.
Tate Rodemaker, the backup quarterback for Florida State, is questionable. The guy who came in for Jordan Travis, so they could be on a third string quarterback in their championship game. So that's it's going to be very interesting to see what Florida State does. But in terms of this game, Oregon Washington so far, because that's we're here to talk about so far.
Hell yeah.
I man, Penix throws a pretty ball, man. He
He
really
does.
does. Throws a really pretty ball.
I love Penix.
Me and Tigo, Ryan, when you were using the bathroom, I kind of put on the board. I was asking him, I'm like, where do you rate Bo Nix this year in terms of quarterback class in the first round? And he was going through the motions, and he said he had Nix third on his board. And
That's higher
so
than me.
Yeah, so I'm assuming he has Tigo. You have May, Williams, Nix, Penix, Hartman, or
Daniels.
McCarthy, or Daniels. I'm forgetting about Daniels. Jesus Christ, this class is so damn loaded.
Dude,
I
it's
forgot.
stacked.
It's ridiculous. I forget about Jaden Daniels. Shit.
Dude,
No,
I
but-
think Jaden Daniels is the. So Tigo, where do you stand on Jaden Daniels? Like, as far you don't think he could be the best quarterback in this class? Like, what's your
No.
knock against him?
it's
what's the
so
He is
tough.
more athlete than quarterback. He's Anthony
Lamar
Richardson.
was more athlete than quarterback coming out, and
I
Lamar was the
don't- I
best
don't
quarterback in
disagree.
that draft. Maybe Josh Allen.
I don't disagree, but you're talking about Jaden Daniels going to a top 10 team. How much of Lamar Jackson working is because he went to a Super Bowl roster as a crazy athletic quarterback?
Sure.
He also had Bobby Petrino in college. Bobby Petrino knows how to. He just went to Arkansas, and Bobby Petrino knows how to craft an offense around a quarterback. And Lamar, if you watched him in college, because I think one of the best college games of all time was Louisville versus Clemson, and they played him. It was in Clemson, and I believe Deshaun Watson was quarterback of that Clemson team that year, and it was a shootout game. And if you watch Lamar, I thought I had him graded out as the most electric quarterback in that draft. That was the Darnold draft, right? He went.
It was.
Yep.
It went Baker, Sam, Josh Rosen, Josh Allen, then Josh Rosen, then Lamar at 32.
In terms of like electric playmaker, yeah, Lamar. You gotta. It's an argument between Allen's arm talent and Lamar's running ability. I mean, you could have that all day, and Josh Allen's running ability too. But in terms of the Jets this year, and I heard you guys talking about it earlier, like how we should attack this first round, and we were going over like where we would fall. Where do you guys think by end of season do we fall? Do we fall top 5? Because that changes the whole trajectory of our draft.
It does. I think we finish at 7.
does.
I think we're going to miss the top 2 tackles, and we'll be in a position to trade out for the third quarterback. That's my gut feeling. Or the third quarterback goes like 6, and we're like screwed in that weird 7 spot. And it's like, okay, we're taking a tight end or trading out, but we can't take someone, so we're going to overdraft a lineman. Gut feeling.
Yeah.
I don't think we take a lineman at all, like a tackle. I think people.
Really?
I think the earliest we take a lineman is in the 3rd, and I think we're taking Zach Frazier. I love that kid.
So what do you think the first round is? You think it's receiver, full stop?
It's receiver, yeah. It has to be.
Okay.
It has
I
to
like
be.
the receiver class in free agency so much. Like I like Evans. I
That
like
too.
Dude, I like Mooney. I like Hollywood Brown. I like
You want to get a wide receiver?
Higgins. I like Boyd.
But
like,
why
there's so
why are
many
you
receivers.
why are you excluding one? I didn't say we're taking one in the draft, so you can't go in free agency. Go get
No. I'm
T.
not saying
Higgins, Mike Evans, Calvin Ridley, whoever it is, and then also take someone in the first round. Load up on wide receiver, and this free
I get
agency
that.
class
I
and
think it's
tackle is
less
real
likely to get an offensive lineman in free agency. Like I think the guard from Miami is probably going to go back to Miami. I think the tackle from like Jonah Williams is going to go back to Cincinnati. I think maybe
Jonah
you get
Williams is
Trent
free
Brown,
agency.
which is like
For sure.
terrifying as like the top tackle in free agency. I think you're going to have to
Tyron
take a
Smith,
tackle in the top.
the guy out of Dallas.
He's not going
Dude,
anywhere. He's going to
here's-
stay in Dallas, dude. No shot he's leaving. You think he's
Are,
leaving?
I
is
just
he?
think-
I think
Yeah.
I think he's staying. I think he's staying. Where do you think he's going?
I
I
think
just
a lot
think-
of these guys sneak through. Go ahead.
I think we address offensive line. I think there's 2 good ones up at the top of this draft. I think we're just gonna. I think teams are gonna move up to pick up offensive linemen because a premier offensive linemen are like gold So I think teams are going to move up ahead of us. We saw that last year when the Steelers moved ahead of us to pick up Roger Jones. So I think teams are valuing the O-line much more, seeing how the whole NFL is swamped with injuries at the offensive line. So I think that's going to be a premier position. I think teams are going to move up for that offensive lineman. In terms of how I see the Jets, me and Tigo, we were talking in the chat after last call-in show. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best player in this draft outside of Williams or May. That's not a question.
Really?
He should be the first.
You think the two quarterbacks are better than Harris? I would have put Harrison over top of
Harrison is player one.
Harrison is my number one player. I would take Harrison over May and Williams. I think he's the first non-quarterback taken off the board. And then next, I think it's Bowers and then the two offensive linemen. I think that's how it's going to, because Bowers is electric.
So you think Bowers goes before Fashanu and all? There's no way I see that. I think one, if not both, are going to go before Bowers. I'd be shocked if Bowers went before. Tight end is a tough position.
Bowers is a beast.
So I'm excited to watch him, but tight end in the first round is rough. Like, especially after the way Pitts played out.
Hold on a second.
You can't
Kyle
compare
Pitts
them.
Pitts
is a wide receiver.
Pitts went in the top, 5, 6 picks?
And
Whatever
he shouldn't have gone there. Pitts was a wide receiver.
Can I smack? I'm going to smack you the shit out of you right now.
You can.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
wrong. You're wrong.
I'm comparing
tight end to tight end compared to every tight end that's ever been fucking taken in the first round.
Ryan,
Ryan be incredible.
Gone there.
Kyle Pitts, if you put him in a scheme like the Chargers scheme where they're pass heavy, he's electric. He's the top 3 tight end in the league. He's in a scheme where it's run first with Arthur Smith. He came from Tennessee with Derrick Henry. That's a run first offense. He's also competing with Bijan Robinson now. He's competing with Drake London. If you put Kyle Pitts, we were talking about him. He's a unicorn. He runs.
Dude, I think the coach. I think Arthur Smith is a shithead. Like, I think you got to get a good quarterback there. I feel like who do you think winds up in Atlanta? I feel like Kyler or Justin Fields. Either one of them could wind up there.
Quarterback or head coach?
Quarterback in the draft.
Quarterback. I think Smith is still going to be there. I don't think they're going to get rid of him yet.
Quarterback wise, that's a tough one because it depends on where Atlanta falls in the draft. That's kind of like if you ask me that
right now. Right now, Atlanta's in the playoffs at 19, but the Saints are at 12, so they could flip. They're the same record.
See, I think Atlanta is kind of.
With this quarterback draft, you risk it.
If we say Atlanta gets the 15th pick, right? So say they fall to 15, anywhere from 12 to 15. Okay. I think Penix will be in play. I think Jaden Daniels will be in play. Sure. I think a team could reach on Bo Nix depending on the outcome of this game and the college playoff if he makes it. If Oregon makes it, I think they reach for Nix. That's a tough question.
I like quarterback for them as a rookie in that realm. I think you're right there. You don't think an established veteran like a Cousins could end up there or anything like that? Like, there's so many good quarterbacks with legit weapons in Atlanta that I feel like taking a rookie might be like, wasting a year or two of those prime offensive weapons. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
I have Tannehill. Tannehill's going to end up in Atlanta.
No shit.
See, I see Cousins going to the Giants.
I see Cousins going to the Giants?
I think they're done with Daniel Jones. I think fans are.
I don't see Cousins going to the Giants at all. I'd be shocked.
You can't have two $35 million quarterbacks.
I think Cousins is going to San Francisco, or he's going to go to Atlanta, or maybe he's outside shot, maybe Minnesota. Maybe he stays there.
I think he stays in Mini. I think Cousins stays in Mini.
Really?
Carson, are you talking about? Yeah, are you talking about Kirk Cousins, Ryan, in terms of him going to?
I'm saying Atlanta. I'm saying New Orleans. The only reason, not New Orleans. San Francisco. The only reason I say San Francisco is I think he's always wanted to go back with Shanahan, and I think because of how much guaranteed money Cousins has made in his career, he'd be willing to take a little bit less. Like, let's say, maybe it's some weird contract where it's $10 million this year, but the signing bonus works out super wonky, and like he winds up getting paid well enough. Like, I think you're going to see Cousins either in San Francisco or Atlanta. I'd be surprised if it was the Giants. I feel like the Giants need some type of Josh Allen type clone. It's purely feeling. It's no statistical or analytical background. It's just I don't see that style of quarterback being there. Like I could
The
see
Giants-
Fields in the Giants instead of Cousins, honestly.
That would be electric, wouldn't it? Justin Fields
The
in New York.
Giants, the Giants aren't in a position to go out and pay a quarterback. You can't have Daniel Jones making $35 million and then a new guy coming in and getting $35 million. So that's why a guy like Kirk to the Giants doesn't work,
So
in
you
my
think
opinion.
a young, like
Yep.
rookie quarterback or rookie contract would be the way the Giants go.
Exactly.
So a
Isn't
trade
Car-
for would it
Or
have
not-
to be a
sorry.
second round
Fields.
pick for Fields? You think?
No,
Carson?
it'd be a fourth, a fifth.
Fuck!
No.
Really? Are you serious? Fuck! Damn it!
Well, because so here's how I grade it. So I think with the Giants, and the reason why I said Kirk to the Giants is because I think Dable wants a veteran quarterback in there, and Daniel Jones's
Interesting.
contract, if I'm not mistaken, I could be flipping
after
it, but
next
I'm
year, after next
Yes,
year, you can get out of it.
yes, I think his contract is front loaded. So I
Yep.
think it's front loaded. So after 2 years, they could dump him. So they'll
Yes.
save for free. So the Giants
I think
are in
they
a tough
draft someone. I feel like they're going to draft someone, get the window of the rookie contract. Like,
Yep.
I don't know. They're going to win too many games to be top 2, but maybe they pull the trigger on a Jaden Daniels. Like, I could see them with a running style quarterback with Dable in New York. Like,
Dude, that's why I'm saying Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels to the Giants and the top
Yes.
of the draft makes a ton of sense.
I'd take Daniels over
sense.
Nix
They need
right
a lot
now.
of help. They need a lot of help elsewhere. They do. That's a bad
But
roster.
if you move, let's say Daniel Jones is going to be quarterback in 2024. You're having this rookie sit, so that doesn't matter too much. But let's say he's sitting. I could see them moving Evan Neal to right guard, like trying to figure out a different tackle situation on that side. I don't think their O-line is as bad as it's played. I think it's more so guys playing out of position. Now, maybe they have to draft a tackle at some point this year to replace the right tackle, or they bring someone in via free agency. But, I mean, if I were the Giants, I would either take a receiver at 6 and go wide receiver, or go quarterback in the second round, or I would take the most electric high upside guy in Jaden Daniels in the top of the first, and then go receiver in the top of the second. I think the Giants are in a really nice spot a few different ways.
You don't think that so you're under the assumption that Jones is playing next year,
Yes.
okay?
Has to.
And they're going to try to revamp the offensive line and build around him, but he's going to have a short leash because Dable and Shane didn't draft him. That's not their guy, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. That was a Joe Judge draft pick, but I feel like Daniels.
Touchdown Oregon.
You're ahead of me. I'm at 4th and goal
You're
right now.
way ahead of me. Yeah, I'm on 4th and goal.
Oh, really?
That whole
sorry,
YouTube
boy.
TV thing. You got that direct connect fiber optic bullshit, Mr. Carson.
Bro, you're in Vegas. You're in some stadium in the rafters to see to TD
I'm in a
already.
league.
Jesus.
I'm in a league.
Seriously.
No, I just think I know the Giants is a very interesting one though, Ryan. That they're a very interesting case.
The draft starts at Giants, in my opinion.
It does, because I feel like you could pencil in a few picks prior to the Giants.
What a throw! Holy crap!
Yeah,
Wow, that was great.
Yeah.
This
But,
is a fucking
no, so-
game now.
Yo, we got
Yeah,
a
it
ball
is.
game, boys.
Giants. So if we're so you said that the draft starts at the Giants, and Ryan, you projected that we fall at 7 in the draft.
Yep.
Do we creep top 5?
I think it's possible. If we don't win another game, we'll be top 5. But I feel like we could beat the Patriots. I feel like we could beat Washington. Honestly, we could beat the Falcons.
Yeah.
This defense is going to give us a chance against a lot of different teams, but you got to score points to win, and I just don't think Boyle is that guy. I really
No,
don't.
They gave up on the season the moment they put Tim Boyle in.
Dude, I 100% agree. I think Trevor Simeon. I think Simeon should have been quarterback 2, and it should have been that situation where he's quarterback 3, Zach's quarterback 1. They flip, similar to Mike White going from QB3 to QB1, where Flacco stayed at 2. Boyle should have stayed at 2.
So wait, so do you think now if Tim Boyle stays under center for the next 2 to 3 games, because then at that point you would have to activate Rodgers from injured reserve because he's at, I believe, 21 days before they can, but before he's on season-ending injured reserve.
Mm-hmm.
If we lose all 3 games, how can you root for a win?
I don't.
At that point?
I don't. I want to lose the rest of the games. I'll be honest. I don't necessarily want to lose. I want the locker room to stick together because I feel like that's more important than wins or losses. But at the same time, I would rather, like, let's say we get to the end of the season. It's like you can win versus the Patriots and break the streak, but the Patriots want to lose. Like, I would rather them win so it feels more like a loss to them. It also moves our draft position up higher. I want one of Joe Alt or Olu Fashanu. Honestly, those are the 2 guys I would prefer to have because I feel like those are locked-in tackles. But if they're not there and you want to trade down and take one of the other tackles and accumulate a second-round pick or something like that or an extra first-round pick next year, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could go a few different routes, but I just don't want...
Ryan, if we're in the top 5, okay, say we're in the top 5, right?
Yep.
And one of say we're number 4 because we talked about last time in the call-in show. I said that they need minimum top 4 to get Marvin Harrison Jr. minimum.
Sure.
You need 4. You need 4.
I agree. You got to be ahead of the Bears.
Saying that the Bears don't take Marvin Harrison at number 1, which then I think he slides because then the Cardinals and New England need quarterbacks.
Quarterbacks and O-line would be the 2 for those 2, or a trade out from the Cardinals. Yeah. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So if we're at number 4, Ryan, and Brock Bowers, Marvin Harrison Jr., and one of Joe Alt or the other tackle's name is thank you, it's escaping me.
Fashanu's going to go 1, so it'd be Joe Alt.
So Joe Alt, MHJ, Bowers is there. Who are you taking? I know Tigo's answer.
Yeah, he wants Harrison Jr. So I need to watch more tape on both tackles to know, and to watch more tape on the rest of the tackles in the class. And it depends what happens in free agency. If you tell me you're getting, we've brought in Bakhtiari or retained Becton and also signed Jonah Williams with the outside shot of AVT kicking out to one of the tackles, then yes, I would.
He's already been told. I don't know if you know this, but AVT's already been told he's going to play tackle.
It really? I didn't know this. Really?
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
but I would say
told,
if he's
by
going to be told,
Connor Rogers is so that you don't have to take my word for it. Connor Rogers, not Connor Hughes, who we're all fighting on Twitter for, but Connor Rogers. He was the one who reported it before he got injured. No, right after he got injured, that AVT was told to get healthy and in the offseason get ready because you're playing left or right tackle. He's not going to be forced into that guard spot anymore. They're going to give him a real shot, like a legitimately real shot at tackle. So now this is why, in my opinion, you don't go tackle in the draft, is because historically over the last couple of years, tackles taken in the first round have only come onto the scene and played well in year 3. And you have to think short term with Rodgers. Sure. And this is where like a guy like Jonah Williams makes a ton of sense, because I don't think he goes back to Cincy. I love
Jonah Williams since they declined his 5th-year option. I think that's a great right tackle.
And
for
they
the Jets.
moved him to right tackle and he didn't want to go. They're not friends. Cincy
I don't
and Jonah
think Jonah
Williams
at left tackle is good. Do you want AVT at left tackle or Jonah Williams at left tackle?
Left. You would put AVT at left, Jonah at right, and then you can draft Zach Frazier to be a right guard. And now you've got an offensive line that's a really good offensive line, and you free up your first-round pick.
I'm open to receiver in the first round. I'm open to receiver in the first round, 100%. I like if you get the 4th pick and you've already taken, if you determined AVT is one of your tackles, I would want to bring in one of Bakhtiari or Becton as the de facto first left tackle for Rodgers or whatever. So you got comfort there. AVT can move out. I would love to go with a Zinter in the 4th round or something like that on the interior of the offensive line. If that's the case, you free up that first round pick for that Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver. I would love to add T. Higgins in free agency. I feel like that rights the wrong that Green Bay did to Aaron Rodgers, where they traded up for the quarterback. They could have had the wide receiver in T. Higgins, and they decided to take Jordan Love instead. Where are you on receiver, as far as Adams? let's go to Carson first before I ask Tigo.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams, Mike
I'm
Evans,
gonna go
T.
pee.
Higgins.
I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
You go. Well, let's talk to Carson.
So, Ryan, rephrase the question because I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
So let's say you are the Jets and you're trying to figure out what you want to do as far as the wide receiver position goes. So you got Devontae Adams that you could trade for, who's 31 or 32 going into next year. You have free agent option of Mike Evans, who I think is either going to be 30 or 31 going into free agency. You have T. Higgins, who I think is going to be 25 or 26. And then you have Hollywood Brown. You got Tyler Boyd. You got Darnell Mooney. There's a few other options. Would you rather the free agent route, or would you rather go maybe a draft pick early on?
So for me, let's talk draft first before we get to free agency. Let's talk draft. So I'll assess the draft part of this. Okay.
Sure.
If this hypothetical, if we're top 4, I'm on my hands and knees praying MHJ falls to us. Okay. That's my idea, because I think, and Tigo, you could kind of bounce this off with me. MHJ and maybe Keon Coleman. No, sorry. Not Keon. Neighbors from LSU.
Rome?
I think Neighbors.
Oh,
Neighbors. Yeah, Neighbors from LSU. MHJ and I think Keon Coleman and Odunze has an outside shot of going in the top 10. I think 2 or 3 of those guys go in the top 10 in terms of wide receivers. Okay. My clear cut is Marvin Harrison Jr. Clear cut. It's not even close. Yeah, he has everything. Yep. If we're at top 4 and MHJ is there, I would sprint naked to the podium and hand in that card. Naked, strip naked. That card is MHJ. Okay. Now him and Garrett Wilson for the next 8 to 10 years as a New York Jet, you got your 1-2 punch. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think the Jets would love. I think if Rodgers is here, I think Devontae.
Ooh, we've got a game, boys!
Wow, 17-20. Penix throws a pick. Sorry.
Here we go. So all good. So
this game is so good.
I think ideally, if Rodgers is here, sure, Devontae is going to be the number 1. Okay, I think obviously.
Dude, I'll be honest. I don't want Devontae. What do you think you're going to trade for Devontae?
The money, man.
Well, the money's not bad. His 1 year. So his contract is 17.5. No, I understand that, but trading it is not terrible for Vegas. They can do it. It'd be 1 year, 17.5, and then the next 2 years would be like $36, $37 million unguaranteed money. So you're not going to do that. You're going to extend him for a certain amount of years, or you're going to keep him on a 1 year, 17.5. I don't want to trade for Devontae. I want Higgins or Evans.
Me neither.
Primarily over Devontae.
So this was my kind of 1A 1B situation. So for me, I think it's got. Oh, holy shit! The Knicks just throw a pick? What is going on in this game?
You're like a whole fucking play ahead of us.
Dude, you're like 8 years ahead of us. You're watching next year's game.
Do I have to eject your ass? I'm looking at the chat.
Okay,
like, wow.
I'll be quiet.
I'm spoiled by the chat. I'm spoiled by the chat.
I'll be quiet. So to answer your question,
here we go. I'm going to get excited right here, right now. Knicks rolls out to his right. He throws the ball. He throws an interception.
His foot was out.
His foot was out. What happens?
Oh my God. Okay, I'll shut up about the game.
It's cool. It's cool. No worries.
So I think if Rodgers is here, I think Devontae's. Devontae Adams is so freaking good, man. But he's at that age now where it's like. It scares you and the money scares you. I think the Jets are going to prioritize Evans and Higgins, and here's why. Okay, I think that they want someone who actually has hands like Alan, not like Alan Lazard. So I think they're going to want a big body guy in the red zone. Evans would fit that mold perfectly. I think T. Higgins in the slot would be great, but then. Because he primarily plays slot and outside, but I see him more on the outside than I do the slot.
He's so young.
you-
I feel like he can go anywhere he wants. Like if we sign Evans, there's no way you sign Higgins.
no. And this is my
I think
preference.
Evans
My
goes back to
preference is
Tampa.
that. Yeah,
Really?
I do too. But it's just I think Higgins is a play because I don't think he wants to
Sure.
be in Cincinnati anymore. The way they treated him, I think he's gone. That's just my opinion. But my preference is for Jets to get top 5 and either get Bowers or Marvin Harrison Jr. That's my preference. That's how
Fuck,
I
Bowers
would
scares
do
the
it.
shit out of me as a tight end. I need to watch more of
Why?
him to feel more. I need to watch more
Offensive
tape.
weapon.
I feel fucking
Put some
terrified.
respect on his
I'm
name.
fucking horrified of drafting a tight end in the top 5
Put
when you need an
some
offensive line and wide
respect
receiver.
on
I'm
his
fucking
name.
horrified. I don't care. I'm gonna knock over my blue screen right now. Sorry, baby. I'm petting this.
Put some
and
respect
I'm petting Tigo too.
on Brock.
No, Ryan, you have to watch like when Georgia plays Alabama, which is going to be an absolutely fantastic game coming up in the next couple days.
Just watch Brock.
Watch how Brock Bowers dominates Alabama's defense, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, now I see.
That's
just,
fine.
Like,
I
watch
don't
his tape.
mind being wrong right now without any analysis.
I'm telling
Fuck,
you,
I'm not
you're
taking
wrong.
a tight end. No fucking way.
I'm telling you,
shot.
you're wrong now. Just trust me. I am your
I
friend.
would kick and scream like a fucking 6-year-old. I will not take
So-
a tight end in the
right.
top 5.
Ryan, let me ask you if we're okay with taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at say 4, okay, so that's what we
Sure.
were projecting. We're at 4, okay, hypothetical, right? If we're okay with taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4, Brock Bowers is just a bigger Marvin Harrison. He has every
No,
trait
I
Harrison
want
has.
a line. I want Alt or I want Fashanu or I want Marvin Harrison. Those are the 3. If all 3 of those are gone, then maybe you could convince me on Bowers. But I feel like trade down is going to be a lot higher because I want someone who wants Jaden Daniels or someone that wants a quarterback. And I want to get the recoup from that and take the offensive lineman later on. I don't. That scares the shit out of me.
What are your
Scares the shit out
blue
of me.
chip prospects? Because that clarifies a lot up. What are your blue chip?
Okay, I don't think he-
How many do you think?
I don't think he's that far into this process.
I'm not that far because I'm sure Bowers is going to fall for blue chip for a lot of people, and tight end wise, I'm just not there at all. Like I'm talking Pitts, I'm talking like every other tight end that's ever gone in the first round. I'm not on it because tight end value is usually not in the first round. But I will say
That's fair.
So let's say we're sitting at 5. Like realistically, let's say we're sitting at 5. You're getting the 2 quarterbacks. You're getting one of the offensive linemen at least, and then probably either one of Marvin Harrison or Alt or Fashanu. I would take whoever's left. So Fashanu or the 2 Alt or Marvin Harrison Jr. If we're sitting at 5, I'll take whoever's left of those 3. Outside of that, I would like to trade down. I really would. I don't want to be stuck in like a weird spot where let's say we have 6 and I need to watch more. Look, I need to watch more Bowers. I won't lie about that, but
That's
like
fair.
I
There's
don't,
3 years
I do
of
not
absolutely
feel confident.
dominant tape.
I do not
Ryan,
feel
he's
3
confident
years of
taking.
dominant tape.
I'm fucking horrified to take a tight end. Honestly,
He's so
fucking
good, Ryan.
terrified.
I would.
So good. He's so good.
I don't care.
I'll
I don't
say
care.
this,
Like, based
I'm
on
so
how Conklin
confident
and
in Brock Bowers
Conklin and
that
fucking Ruckert play, we're not gonna fucking see him ever. Fuck.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine,
Fucking terrified.
bro. If Brock Bowers comes to the Jets at 5, let's say that situation, because it's the first 4 picks are going to go Williams, May, Fashanu, Marvin Harrison Jr. in whatever order you want. Those are the first 4
Yeah,
picks. If the Jets are 5, you take Brock Bowers and you don't even think twice.
Over
Don't
Alt?
even think twice. Over Alt.
Yes.
I'm not
You,
trusting.
Tigo, and I'm gonna
I'm
kick
not
Carson
trusting
out.
the
I'm
offensive
booting,
line.
I'm booting Carson because of you, Tigo. That just know that is
You're
your
not
fault.
even-
It is your fault.
I love you, Carson. You don't
got
even
Charles.
think twice.
Charles joined. I'm telling you, I think it's fucking nuts. I like tight end. I get it.
I don't even
I
think
need to
so.
watch enough.
He's the
Like,
second
I'll-
best weapon in the
You guys
AFC
are
East
characters,
behind
man.
only
You know
Tyreek
that?
Hill.
Fucking crazy. Charles, what do you think? What do you think happens with like the top of this draft for us? Let me go back to
Tigo,
the game
first
real
off,
quick. It's
Tigo, pleasure finally seeing you
17-20.
face to face.
Washington's
It's a
got
pleasure
the
to meet
ball.
you.
Washington's got the ball right now. 17-20. Sorry, Charles.
It's a good game so far.
I mean, it was a bad game to start. It's a solid game now. 17-20 in the third. Way better.
I understand. Look, I still think we need to bulk up
Talk
on the
to me,
offensive line a
Charles.
little bit.
My ass is going to eject you if you don't talk. Let's go.
I am talking.
You're talking. You're
I think we
stumbling
should-
through your words. I'm on like beer 4 or 5. Fuck. This is 7% beer. I'm like, oh, wow. There's blue on here. I got a blue screen so you can't see it, right? There's a,
I see it, Ryan.
there's a, it says 7% and it's genuinely shocking because, it's a Goose Island.
I love your Nick Mangold jersey.
Thank you. Do you like the setup currently, Charles? Teague and I are sitting in the stands.
I like Grinch. I like Godzilla. I like
Thank
Fry and Bender. I'm a huge fan of John DiMaggio. He's one of my favorite voice actors.
So I need to get a few other. I'm thinking Optimus Prime. I want to fill out the seats with fun people.
Well,
that are there.
Optimus
And then
Prime is
maybe
my
like
favorite Transformer.
maybe these two seats right here end up being like subscribers of the channel. I feel like that'd be kind of fun.
I love Optimus Prime. Been a fan since I was a kid. There's a lot of fictional characters that I like. There's not too many that I don't like. Anyway, I still say we should address the offensive line, especially in free agency. I think Becton's going to walk out on us. I don't think he's coming back. And I like the
Do you
guy.
think
I think
the
he's a
Jets
good player.
want him back? Like, I'll be honest. I think it's going to be a mutual split.
Do I think the Jets want him back? That's a really good question. I think it could be. I think part of me thinks they do want him back, but then the other part of me thinks they don't want him back. To me, it's like 50-50
Okay.
on that. As for Brock Bowers, I think he's a tremendous talent, but I still think offensive lineman and wide receiver are the number one priority. I'm not saying Brock Bowers is a bad player. I've seen him play a few times. He's amazing. And I also like this kid Penix. Of where I've seen him play tonight, he's throwing the ball incredibly well.
Mm-hmm. So are you more of
What a great stat.
Are you a quarterback fan for the Jets in the first round, or are you like where do you stand on what we should do? Like weapon, O-line, quarterback. I do not want quarterback
first.
in the first round.
O-lineman, offensive weapon, then quarterback. That's the way I look at it.
So I tend to agree with you, Charles. I tend to think offensive lineman, then weapon. But I'll be honest, like Douglas has hit on offensive linemen in the 6th or 7th round. Not with us, but the starting left tackle for the Eagles, I'm pretty sure it was like a 6th round offensive lineman. Like you can hit. Yeah, Mulata. So
he's great.
I
I love him.
Dude, I want like
Again, but what does that
reasonable-
prove what I said?
Probably
Offensive tackles hit in year 3, 4, 5, and beyond. If you look at just the sheer statistics of offensive tackles in the NFL, specifically left tackles, which is probably what we're looking for.
So you
in
think
all reality.
Bakhtiari is more likely
Almost-
at tackle because of his success
I
currently?
think so.
I think
we should
Bakhtiari
stay
is a
away
lock.
from Bakhtiari.
Nah, dude, I think Bakhtiari is a lock to be here. With Rodgers and all the shots that he's called, I would be shocked if Bakhtiari's
He's a
not on this
great
team.
player, but he's been injury prone the last few years.
So the surgery that he's supposedly having right now, they're saying could solve the injuries that he's had the last few years. That's kind of like the Becton injury from the last 2 years where it's like, okay, this doesn't look good, but now he feels comfortable because he had the surgery he should have had initially. That's the vibe I've gotten from the Bakhtiari stuff, and I think there's no way he's not a tackle for us next year. I think we're going to have to go to grass on the
And he's
field
not
as
even
well.
going to be all that expensive.
Oh,
No, I think
absolutely.
And
he'll
here's
be
the
cheaper.
thing:
Go
if
to
you
grass.
do that, and
Go
here's
on,
the thing,
go on,
Ryan,
Tigo.
right? If you do that, if you bring in Bakhtiari, you're probably bringing Bakhtiari at what, $12 million, if that.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? And now you're looking at it. Where do you have space for the other tackle? We don't need more tackles. We at that point in time would have 4 tackles on the offensive roster because AVT's not going anywhere.
Look,
Max
I'll be honest,
Mitchell's
I
not
don't
going
think,
anywhere.
I don't think you
And
can
Carter Warren's not going
rely.
anywhere.
You need to sign a bona fide stud tackle. So if it's Jonah Williams at right tackle, that solidifies that. Outside of Jonah Williams, you got Mitchell, you got whoever else on the right-hand side, AVT, whatever, that's fine. But on the left-hand side, if you have Bakhtiari and then AVT and then Carter Warren. I think that's enough on that side of things to keep it like inside the okay scope of stuff. But if you wind up losing, like if you have to rely on Bakhtiari to be the starter for 17 games, I don't think you should do that.
But then you don't, like, here's the thing. You can't have the best of both worlds. You can't have both. You
Meaning
can
what?
either go with, like, what I mean that is, if you get Bakhtiari, you're banking on him for 17 games. You have to. Same thing if you go Tyron Smith,
see,
who also has an injury
I
history,
look at
or
Bakhtiari.
Trent Brown.
I look at Bakhtiari and I look at Becton the same. I don't trust them for the full duration of games. If you can solidify or guarantee the salary based on amount of starts and things like that for either one, I'd be fine with Becton. I'd be fine with Bakhtiari. Either one, I don't give a shit. Bakhtiari, I think, is the higher ceiling with the.
Agreed.
I think he's a higher ceiling, but I think Becton could last longer. I think Rodgers will want Bakhtiari. I think you have Carter Warren. If AVT is the left tackle and you sign a Jonah Williams, maybe I'm in the same spot. I don't know. I'm super frustrated with.
But
tackle right now.
that's the whole point. Is I understand that you're frustrated at tackle, but like the reality is that what if we don't rush Dwayne Brown back? Are we still having this conversation? What if Dwayne Brown
dude,
plays like he played last year?
Nah, dude.
Last year he was
this
fine
week,
with
maybe
one arm.
next week. No, I'm sorry.
Nah, he's done for the year.
Brown's gone. Brown's gonna be gone. So
I'm
we're
not saying to
supposed-
bring him
we're
back.
supposed to get
I'm talking
Brown.
about
We're
this
supposed to
year.
get what?
I'm saying look back at this year
Sure.
with as if Brown wasn't rushed back from his injury.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about Brown and Becton at your tackles, right?
Sure.
Like, this is the point. I think we've overblown the offensive tackle situation because of the fact that we've had so many injuries on the offensive line. And it's historic how many injuries we've had on the offensive line in the last 2 years. It's historic. And the statistical probability of us, oh my gosh, Bo, keep going. Keep
Wow.
going. Holy
fucking
crap, what
ran like
run.
a fucking gazelle. 2:46
So,
left
like,
in the third quarter. He's down inside the red zone. That's like
Dude,
a
we got a
fucking
game on our
40-yard
hands.
run.
And so
He was
I
at
think
Auburn
the thing
originally,
that you
correct?
What was that?
What was that? Yes, he was. Yeah, he was at Auburn.
He's at
Yeah.
Auburn. I remember that.
This
He
is
used
his
to
first
be at
year at
Auburn.
Yep.
He's
He
a
was there
very
for 4
talented
years before
quarterback.
coming to Oregon. Yeah.
Go on, Tigo.
But my point that I was saying is, what if we didn't have all of these insane injuries at the offensive line? And I know that it's a big what if or whatever. I'm saying, okay, Aaron Rodgers still gets hurt, but we're winning probably more games in this theoretical world. If you look at this world of
Oh shit! Did they just score a
Brown
touchdown?
and Becton, was that a fumble Rooski?
I that's what it looks like. Give it a second. This looks like a fucking lead change. Whew. He fumbled.
Knees down.
So Nick's no way. Nick's is definitely out.
Knees down.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
So-
knees down.
So stupid question. Maybe stupid question. If the knee is down, but the ball is
Plays over.
punched out and the player is not touched, is that out?
In college, knee down, play done.
You're right. Yeah. If the
If
player
a player
is-
gives himself up, yeah,
so he's down. You're right.
he's down. In the
Damn.
NFL, there might have been an argument that he hit the ball and not the player, so it could be a fumble, right?
That's what I was
you
gonna
might
say.
have that
like, I
argument.
don't think he actually hit.
58 of Oregon.
What was that?
Who's the what?
Who's 58 of Oregon?
58.
58. I got no clue who's on 58 of Oregon.
I think he was like the center, I think.
I mean, Nick
picked up the
definitely
fumble?
feels like he fumbled. He's like, I fucked up. That's what that face says right there. So they'll be
Yeah.
fine. They're gonna. He's down, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, offsides is now enforced.
Yeah, it said
Replay
offside.
first down. Okay. I see you.
So to wrap up what I was saying is I think we're overblowing and we're overdoing the offensive line situation because we've had 2 back-to-back years of insane, unprecedented offensive line injuries. And so now the whole point is we're going to overcompensate and we're going to overdo it on the offensive line because I've legitimately seen people, and they're not kidding, being like, every pick should be an offensive lineman. We should
Sure.
carry 15 offensive linemen with the luck that we've had. And I'm just like, okay, left tackle, let's say it's wide open, right? We have no idea who the left tackle is right now. That's totally
Sure.
fine. But then you go Laken Tomlinson because you can't get out of his contract. Joe Tippmann because you want him to start.
He's playing.
You don't have a right
touchdown.
guard right now.
Duck score 23-20. Let's go.
Oh my God.
He's playing very
God, I
well,
love
Joe
this game.
Pittman.
This game is so good.
Yo, this
I
got
love
way
Joe
better
Tippmann.
than I thought. I'll be honest.
Yo, I thought the
Pittman?
game was over in the first half.
So I thought it was over in the first quarter. I was like, yo, they're fucking done. They're toast. So, Charles, what do you want to see
at
us
these
do in the
Washington
draft? Talk to me.
Draft well. Make obviously.
Fuck you. No, not draft well. I don't want to hear that. Tell me who we want to draft.
Offensive lineman, wide receiver, quarterback. I do a terrible job following college football, but I do like watching it from time to time.
I love you, Charles, but your ass has been ejected from the cockpit. All right. Boys and girls, the call-in number is on the screen. If you do want to call in, we can do that. Dude, I broke the seal and I got to piss so fucking bad. So it's 24-20
Go do it.
in the third quarter. I'm on beer far more than 2. I'm on 5. All right. I'll be back.
Jeez. Zach. So to answer your question, Zach, it's a little bit of a lot of things. I think right now the play design for the run game is a little bit bland. But also teams don't respect our quarterback to throw the ball, so they're biting on runs first and foremost. And so that's the way that I look at it. And also, Hackett seems to run a ton of inside zone, and I'm not the biggest fan of that because our strength is at the tackles. So I would like to see us do a little bit more of outside zone instead of inside zone types of runs, especially because the inside of the line is collapsing, too quickly and too. So, yeah, that's what I would say on why we're struggling in the run game is because of that. All right, Penix in the backfield has got to do something. There's 1:51 left. Yo, Salik, give it 30 seconds. I don't even know what you're talking about. Salik and Kuz got like a whole 35 seconds ahead. All right. Let's see what happens. 2nd and 10. Penix in the backfield. A player to pay attention to here if you guys are interested in... Am I muted? Hello? Hello? Am I muted? Oh, no, I'm not muted. Oh. So, if you're interested in watching players on Washington and all of those things, one of the things that I would recommend is watch the left tackle for Washington. He's a very interesting player, but also number 1 on the offense for Washington are 2 guys that I think are going to be on the Jets board. Rome Odunze, you've heard me talk about him a little bit. And then obviously Talise Fuaga. Not Fuaga because that's the Oregon State. Fatanu, who might be a guard at the next level, but we'll see. I think he can play tackle.
Kaz is asking, Ryan, do I get a second chance? Laugh my ass off. Yeah, you can get a second chance. We'll throw you in there. It's all right.
Wild Wave, all of our running backs are technically hit with a questionable designation for this upcoming game. Did you see that?
Yeah, it was Brees. It was fucking
Brees, Cook, and Izzy all with questionable.
Yeah, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, well, you gotta be like, that's how we're gonna play this fucking game. All right, let's get Carson in here. Carson, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? It's like we only talked a little while ago.
Oh, look at that bomb. Down to 20. 19-yard
throw.
line for Washington.
Is that
Fucking
Polk?
throw.
Who's that?
Penix looks a lot better than Nix right now.
Oh, Ryan, I wanted to ask you before. Should we have concern about AVT and his injury history?
You have to.
I don't think so. I think biceps or triceps, whatever he had, plus Achilles, it's such like, I shouldn't say rare, but it's such like obscure injuries. Like if it was the same knee as Becton, I would say I'm concerned. But right now, I'm not at the same level for AVT as I was for Becton. I would exercise AVT's fifth-year option, even though you're getting screwed because you're paying him the fifth-year option of a tackle as opposed to a guard. That's the risk of trading up in the first round for a guard. But I'm not as concerned. Tigo, where do you fall on AVT?
I think you have to be worried about his injury, but that does not change the fact that you should take his fifth-year option, that you should play him, like that you should bank on him, because like this is gonna be really dumb. I'm not comparing the two.
Let's do it. Tigo.
There was the argument this offseason by some people who shall not be named in private chats that I'm a group of, that said that Jimmy G was the best option because the injuries were all freak injuries. None of them were kind of.
I was not part of this group chat. Okay, I just want to make sure.
It is another content creator. This is not digs at you,
Call
Ryan.
it out. Who was it?
It
Who
wasn't
was it?
you.
Call it out.
It wasn't you.
Did
he
it
may
rhyme
sit
with
on a wicker chair?
I'm literally sitting. No joke. I don't have my pilot hat. I'm sitting on a fucking wicker chair right now.
Jesus
So,
Christ!
fucking tell me who it was, Tigo.
I just gave it away. It was Adam Y2K99.
Oh, okay.
He made the argument that all of Jimmy G's injuries were so wild.
Oh, fuck that. No way, dude. He's fucking injury prone to all shit.
You can't consider him injury prone. And I had the argument of, I don't care if the injuries are unrelated. He's still injured. And I kind of get why, and I'm not there yet, but I kind of get why if you look at AVT, you'd have that question, because it's just like,
he
has not played a full healthy season yet, right? Because he missed time in year one, didn't he?
Rookie year, he should be fine, I think. I don't think he missed any time rookie year.
I'm going to look it up because I think he did miss time.
Wait, is this person that shall not be named again? Did this person like Garoppolo over Carr?
Yes.
What? Yo, Y2K. I know you're not in here. You're fucking nuts. Nuts.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Carr was option. He should have been option 3. It should have gone Rodgers, Lamar, Carr. I had Carr second initially. Hindsight.
He did not play all games in his rookie year. He missed a game.
No shit, really. What did he start?
Missed week 16.
Oh, fuck off. It's one game. No one fucking plays 17 games. No one plays 17 games on this fucking channel.
I'm just saying.
No, look up all offensive linemen. Look up all fucking offensive.
Dude, I'm just saying
quarterbacks.
He has not played a fully healthy season.
Stop it. Stop it.
You guys are an idiot.
Throwing them names out there. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. No. If you have fucking I don't know.
No, you're right. You're right.
Thank
Again,
you.
I'm not there, but that's an argument that could be made.
Okay.
I think Lamar. Going back to what you said before about a possible QBs available. Realistically, we didn't know Rodgers. If we're talking about in the realm of realism, later on, yes, but we didn't know Rodgers was really available. So if you want to make that argument, I didn't see Lamar as
Oh,
available.
he's fumbled. Ducks ball.
That's a fumble. That's a fumble.
It's definitely
That's
a fumble. No, Ducks ball.
We've got a game.
Holy hell.
We got a game.
Yo, seriously, holy shit. All right, fucking Ducks ball. Let's go. Sorry,
Ryan.
Okay.
No, you're good. Yeah,
Let's
you're
go,
good.
Carson.
So did you? I remember I talked to you about this a while back already. Do you saw Lamar as more of an option for the Jets as I personally did?
I did.
Did you think that was realistic?
No, I don't. I don't, because I feel like they didn't want to give up the picks. I feel like it was definitely Rodgers then Carr, and Lamar realistically was not an option. I think what went on was, if the Jets offered a contract to Lamar, the Ravens would have matched it. It wouldn't have even mattered for the 2 first-round picks. Like, I don't think Lamar was realistically an option for any team, because I think the Ravens would have matched the contract. But I think Lamar for 2 firsts is better than Carr for free or Rodgers for 2 seconds. I think Lamar is the better quarterback for the next decade than either one of those two guys.
You give that up now?
Would I give up 2 firsts for Lamar right now?
Considering no. Considering where we are in the season and where our pick has lied, say we did trade for Lamar, and we had to give up 2 first-round picks. In hindsight, well, now being in the future, would you have done that? Yes or no? Considering where we are now.
Yes, 100%.
Well,
I would have kept Bryce Huff, and I would have lost Will McDonald. No problem losing Will McDonald. And I would have had a better draft pick this year than top 10 where we're currently at without Lamar. I think with Lamar, this team's probably picking closer to 20 or in like later 20s with Lamar. So I would 100% rather have Lamar and the big contract. I would say second to Rodgers. I think Rodgers was still the right move. That's
tough. It really is.
I don't think you can argue against Rodgers. I think Rodgers was definitely the right move. Carr is the interesting part, and I don't think the Jets were 100% in on Carr. I think it was more of a mutually beneficial agreement where the Jets needed Carr to look like he wanted to come to the Jets, so that way the Packers were concerned. And I think Carr coming to the Jets made the Saints look concerned, so the Saints offered him more money. I don't think Carr was ever going to be a realistic option for the Jets, but I would take him.
Okay.
Go on. I like Lamar. In hindsight, I would take Lamar second to Rodgers. I still love the Rodgers move. It's literally like worst case scenario was if Rodgers goes down for the season, we're fucked. And like it just happened. Like fucking terrible luck. But I would take Rodgers. I think it was a good move.
If we fall top 5, how can you make that trade? This is my ideology.
We're not top 5 with Lamar.
But you're not top 5.
We're not top 5 with Lamar.
Because does Lamar get hurt? That's the real question.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Lamar gets hurt week 1. I think there's a shot he gets hurt at some point, but we're definitely 3 more wins in the future. We're outside top 10 probably with Lamar.
And realistically at that point, if you go Lamar, Zach's not here as QB2. You can't go get Lamar and you can't keep Zach because Lamar's a young guy. You kept Zach because Rodgers is older. So there was still a theoretically realistic opportunity to go back to Zach.
Sure.
After a couple years, like we talked about it, you and I,
But I don't think they're going to move off of Zach to eat $10 million. Like I think Zach would have been here for this year and would have been gone if Lamar stayed healthy. I think there's a shot. I think there's a shot Zach's back next year. I really do.
How? Why?
Because I don't think Zach's talent is worse than quarterback 3 of any other player. The only argument you can make is another rookie quarterback, the 4 years of his contract, because I don't think we're taking one in the first round. but the 4 years of his contract is more valuable than Zach right now. And I would agree any draft pick at quarterback from a contractual standpoint is more valuable than Zach. But the skill of Zach is so much higher than anyone else we'd take that I would rather him sit and wait and us draft a quarterback next year higher than wasting like our second, fourth round pick or our first, fourth round pick on a quarterback when we can draft someone that might be more helpful this year. It's a weird thing, and I think people are going to fucking yell at me, but I don't give a shit.
No, I
would have rather. No, I would have rather had. In all honesty, this is hindsight's 2020 because we didn't know what Zach. We heard a lot of really great reports coming out of camp of Zach and with Rodgers being in there. So again, hindsight.
I was at camp and Zach looked good. Rodgers looked good. Like legitimately, I really think Hackett's the problem more than anything else. And I feel bad for Zach because I think O-line's an issue. I think wide receiver's an issue. I think Hackett's an issue. And I think quarterback is probably fourth on the list, realistically. But I think Rodgers would overcome wide receiver and offensive line issues.
Real quick, Carson. Yeah. Real quick. Let me just here's why I don't think Hackett's the issue.
No shit, really. Okay.
I don't think Hackett's the issue at all. Like at all. And the reason I'm say that is because watch Hackett coaching when he was the OC. Watch back the Jacksonville tape. I know it was a long time ago, but if you watch back those Jacksonville games,
dude, fucking Bortles.
Let me finish.
Bortles overperformed.
I'm not talking about Bortles. I'm not even going to talk about Bortles. I'm not talking about the players. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Look at the play design. Look at the schemes. Look at the way the plays are being called. We know Blake Bortles is garbage. We know that, and he was able to get him to go to a playoff game off the back of a defense. But what happened is we saw in the preseason and in training camp and we on Hard Knocks and on One Jets Drive when the offense was being led by Aaron Rodgers, the playbook was way more open. There was pre-snap motions and guys doing all of this crazy stuff and all of these things that were happening and all of this stuff. And there was so much happening at the offensive line, in the play design, and all of the things that were happening. But the problem is that we know Zach Wilson can't handle that stuff. Last year, what was the biggest thing that we heard from Mike LaFleur? Why did Jeremy Ruckert take a year to make an NFL to make the field? Is because every report that came out was that Mike LaFleur's offense was incredibly complicated with a ton of motions and stuff at the offensive line, and Zach and some of the players on the offense could not handle it. That's why it took Ruckert so long. And when Hackett went from, I am going to have arguably a top 5 quarterback of all time running my offense, and I'm going to have pre-snap motions and kills and all of this stuff, and he's going to be able to communicate with the guys. And on top of that, the cherry on that is, even if I get the play wrong, let's say, because I'm not saying Hackett is the best OC. That's not what I'm saying. Even if I get the play wrong, I have Aaron freaking Rodgers to look and diagnose the defense and to look at Garrett Wilson and just scratch his nose a little bit, and everybody on the team knows that the whole play is different. That is a much different situation. You go from that to Zach Wilson, who can't see a field, can't diagnose a defense, and can't get and communicate with his offensive players quick enough. You run into the issue where Zach can't throw motion there because the wide receivers can't
Husky scored, by the way.
Yes, they did. 1 yard rush.
I didn't want to ruin it for you guys.
I appreciate that, Carson. You're a good dude. I like you.
Like that's my whole point is like Zach can't operate an NFL offense. He can't see the field. So what do you have to do? You have to simplify the offense so freaking much that Zach can operate it, because at least Zach kind of looked like a backup quarterback this year, where last year he didn't look like an NFL guy at all.
Would you say that Zach is the issue with our offense? Like, let's say Rodgers wasn't here, Zach is the problem. I think
Yeah.
Hackett's the problem. I'll be honest. I think Hackett, the O-line, and the wide receivers are far more the problem than Zach is.
I think it's the O-line, the ineptitude of the O-line. I do. I think it's the ineptitude.
So Carson and I seem
agree.
to agree.
I agree that the O-line is a big issue, but what I'm saying is I still think that this team is better with Aaron Rodgers and this O-line. I think we're scoring touchdowns. I
agree.
think if
I
Aaron
agree.
Rodgers is healthy behind this
I
offensive line,
don't think Carson or I disagree with that.
I don't disagree with that.
But that's the point. When you're going from a guy who, like, with the offensive line, like Aaron Rodgers would get the ball out quickly, and he can do pre-snap motion, and he can handle an NFL offensive playbook. Zach can't. You saw that the moment they put in Tim Boyle. Why is Tim Boyle on an NFL roster, period?
He shouldn't
It's
be.
because
I'm sorry, he shouldn't be. Fucking Trevor Siemian should be fucking backup quarterback too. No shot should Trevor Boyle fucking or whatever the hell his name is.
I disagree.
Tim Boyle should not
Trevor
be
Siemian
on an NFL roster at all.
Trevor Siemian couldn't beat out a guy who was going to go take a job to be a quarterback's coach at a high school team
Tim Boyle shouldn't be a quarterback in fucking college, let alone in the NFL.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't think Tim Boyle's better than Trevor. I don't think Trevor Siemian's better than Tim Boyle.
But here's the argument, Tigo.
I think Siemian's definitely better than both Boyle and Zach. I really do.
So I think Zach's the best quarterback on the roster, not named Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I agree with that, but I don't think Siemian's worse than Boyle. I think Boyle should not have been QB2. I think Siemian should have been QB2 because I think his floor is higher than Zach or Boyle.
But here's the argument, Tigo. You said earlier. You said we in terms of are you talking about the fan base? We know Zach can't diagnose stuff, or are you also talking about the Jets front office? Because then that's two different arguments to be made. Because you were defending Hackett a second ago, and I think his scheme is I like his scheme. Do I like it more than LaFleur's in the long term? I don't know, because I think Hackett has had a bailout with Rodgers being a quarterback and how good that offensive was and him winning MVP. Like, I think he had a little bit of a bailout, but I could see schematically how his offense and the designs of his plays are really good. I could see it. The problem is
my issue with Hackett is that LaFleur called plays for Rodgers in Green Bay. So Hackett has never done that. Could Hackett, like, in my opinion, I think there's a bigger chance of Hackett fucking up and, like, Rodgers not being able to overcome the plays because of the personnel that are on the field and all this other shit. But, like, it sucks. I think Hackett's a bigger issue than Rodgers, than O-line, than the receivers. I think Hackett's a bigger issue. And I like Hackett. I like Hackett the
run
person.
game and the red zone package in Green Bay. Yes, LaFleur called the plays, but more than half of the playbook was designed and implemented by Hackett.
That's true?
Public knowledge. That's public knowledge. He was essentially a run game coordinator and a red zone. He built on the call sheet. His job was to build the run plays and then the red zone plays. That was his job.
I looked it up today, and I was like, yo, Hackett's a scrub. I love Hackett. I'll yell at Hackett all day during training camp and be like, yo, Sean Payton's a fucking scrub. Hackett sucks. But, and honestly, when I look at Hackett and I see first down incompletion, 2nd and 10, what's going to fucking happen? We're going to run it up the fucking gut. I'm sorry. I don't think Hackett's a very good offensive coordinator right now. But
so here's that argument, okay? If you're also including, because we forget, if I'm not mistaken, he was also calling plays for Russell Wilson. And now Sean Payton is calling plays for Russell.
You're right. So
yes.
Hackett, so Wilson looks like dog shit. We didn't see Rodgers take play calls from Hackett. We saw Rodgers take play calls from LaFleur, and that is a big concern. You're talking about a 40-year-old quarterback coming off a major injury with an offensive coordinator who's not good. I'm sorry. Like, I got a shit ton of concern for next year. I really do.
I do think, though, Ryan, to be fair, than where we are outputting as an offense, because right now, as Jets fans, when we sit down and watch a Jets game with Zach Wilson in there, it's almost so predictable as to what the sequence that they're going to do. They're going to do a pass, run, and some sort of free, like, Yeah, it's like that's their whole offense. So in that regard, in terms of I want to grade Hackett with no handicaps. Give him Rodgers. If the offense is not top 10 with Rodgers next year, then this is a fair argument. It's a fair argument. Okay.
Honestly,
But
I'll
I
take
think the
top,
thing is
top
you have to
15
go
offense.
past
I don't
one
even
run
need.
with
I don't
Zach.
need like we've seen 32nd rank offense for fucking ever. I would rather take top 16 and like whatever that looks like. I would rather that.
I just think, oh man. So, but the criticism of Hackett, in my opinion, is not fair because I would like to see him with the reason he's here is because of Aaron Rodgers. If the offense is
100%.
subpar under Aaron Rodgers, if the offense is subpar for the Jets under Aaron Rodgers, if I'm talking like 20th in total offense. Okay, anything above top 15 is acceptable for Jets fans. We want to see good offense. Okay,
Sure.
so I think top 15 total offense is acceptable enough. I would love top 10, obviously, but top 15 I
Sure.
think is the benchmark. Ryan, it's just not fair to grade Hackett without his full arsenal.
And
It's just
also,
not fair.
where's the Joe Douglas blame here too? This is the worst wide receiver room that the Jets have had in a long time.
But do you blame Douglas? He brought in
Yeah.
Hardman. He had. It depends. So I give you credit. It depends if Corey Davis let it be known to Douglas prior that he might retire.
That was the
agree.
narrative. That's the narrative, right?
If
How
that's
many-
exactly what happened, I've
Joe
heard
Douglas
players
put-
knew it, but Douglas didn't.
If the players know and the GM doesn't know, that should be a bigger indictment of Joe Douglas. I am not a fire Joe Douglas guy, by the
Okay.
way. Let me
Okay.
start there.
Never mind.
That is not
Sure.
what I'm saying.
Keep Joe.
But what I'm saying is the blame for the offense has to go into a lot of places, not just Hackett. I think the biggest blame goes to Zach, right? Because I
Really?
still think even with all these injuries at the offensive line, if Aaron Rodgers is playing, I think we have a middle of the pack offense, legitimately, because he's going to get the ball out in 2 seconds. He's going to audible
Sure,
at the line,
right?
and you're going to respect
I agree.
the pass.
But I think Corey
you're going to
Davis.
respect the pass.
I think missing Corey Davis is worse than because look, even with Corey Davis,
people
with
anticipated.
Hardman, we tried to go after Odell Beckham Jr. Like
I agree. What I'm saying is, though, Joe Douglas put all of his eggs in these guys are going to want to play with with Aaron Rodgers basket.
Sure.
He put all of his eggs in that basket. In his mind, there wasn't a world in which the Baltimore Ravens were going to give Odell Beckham Jr. $18 million, which is just absolutely insane.
Well, I was going to say,
And there's no
how much are the
world
Jets paying
in which-
Odell? Because I feel like there was a breath of fresh air when Odell got paid by the Ravens. It was like, wow, thank God we didn't pay him double what we should have. Like, I don't think anyone was on board with what Odell got paid.
No, but what I'm saying is he was picking out jersey numbers to come to New York before.
Sure.
Before
Well, they
the,
definitely wanted him here. I think
before
Rodgers
that
wanted him here. I
contract.
think I think everyone wanted him here, and it was like
OBJ
the
wanted
Ravens
to be
blew
here,
the
and then he-
doors off. The Ravens blew the doors
I
off,
agree.
and then he signed there. And I don't think anyone
I
that's a
agree.
Jets fan would say, I want to pay Odell, who just missed a ton of time with at least one ACL surgery, enough money to like be here. I think
That's
I
not
think
what
it's
I'm
all right.
saying. But what I'm saying is why was Odell the only name that was mentioned as wide receiver in free agency? It was
I
the
think-
Alan
Lazard.
Yeah,
I
we
think
got
D-Hop
McColl, we
didn't
got
wanna be
Alan
here.
Lazard.
I don't think D-Hop wanted to be here.
No,
I
we didn't go after D-Hop.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think
from
D-Hop
what I heard-
wanted to be elsewhere. He didn't want to be here, and that changed, like pivoted us from that. But I would say from an
Alan
offensive
Lazard-
perspective, Lazard from like a pre-free agency was like, wow, he looks all right. He's good enough to be a.
That's the caveat.
He was
that's
a
the
Corey
caveat.
Davis
It's Alan
replacement. That's what Lazard was supposed to be.
Yes.
He was supposed to be a replacement for Corey Davis. Carson,
Yeah,
let
but
me hear you.
I agree with
hi,
you.
Tigo, shut up. Fucking listen. Let's listen to Carson. What is he
Pre-
saying?
Pre free agency, I think a lot of Jets fans loved Alan Lazard being here for the Jets. signing with the Jets. I did personally because he's a great run blocking wide receiver. He was the number one. He was the number one in Green Bay with Rodgers there. I believe he was a shade under 1,000 yards when he was in Green Bay, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but he was a shade under 1,000.
I'll tell you in a second.
I think you're right.
But yeah, so how can we blame Joe Douglas for not going after wide receivers when I said this last week, when we applauded him for Alan Lazard? I think everyone in the Jets fan base loved Alan Lazard.
Sure. I'll be honest. I was fine with Lazard because I thought he was the top possession receiver to be in conjunction with Corey Davis. When Corey Davis retired, that shifted my entire narrative. And if I'm in a weird position of saying, look, Rodgers comes here. If you can negate the money that was given to Lazard, to Billy Turner, to Cook, to name a Cobb, maybe Amos, whatever it is, because of Rodgers' reduction in salary, I could give two shits about the rest of the receiver because I think, or not receivers, but the rest of the roster, because I think those players are better than the bottom end players that would have been at the roster anyway.
Did you like
just
Alan
to
Lazard,
answer it real
Ryan?
quick?
I would have
Lazard
been fine with it.
had
It
his
didn't-
highest is 788.
And that's fine. I'm cool with that. Like him and Lazard and Davis, because you're going to say they're wide receiver 2 and 3. And I would have put Davis as 2 ahead of Lazard at 3. I really would have. I think Davis is a better receiver. That to me is fine. With Davis retiring and Lazard and Hardman, I don't feel as confident.
See,
And I think
man.
that was
See,
the
now-
point that I was trying to make. Was
Yeah.
when we had the wide receiver room that I think Joe Douglas envisioned, which was Garrett Wilson, OBJ, Corey Davis, Alan Lazard, McCole Hardman, and then Randall Cobb. That is a completely different wide receiver room than what we ended up with, which was Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb, McCole Hardman, and then 2 undrafted free agents. And now Cobb can't play, so he's benched, and now Lazard is wide receiver 4, which is where he should have been in the first place. And now wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3 are undrafted free agents. At a certain point, and again, this isn't what my point is at a certain point in time, you have to look at the general manager for not addressing that room effectively. Yeah, you went and got McCole Hardman. It didn't work. That's on you. Yeah, you went and got Randall Cobb. It didn't work. That's on you. Yeah, you got Alan Lazard.
I'm sorry. I'll take, if you told me we're getting Rodgers, you got to take Cobb, you got to take Lazard, you got to take Amos, you got to take Billy Turner. I'm fine with that. Whatever that salary is, like I'm cool with taking that salary because Rodgers is the crown jewel. Rodgers to me means more than any other player that we would add to the roster.
Totally agree.
Yeah, but Tigo, kind of to bounce back to what you were saying about the wide receiver room and the Joe Douglas criticism, what route would you have taken? I'm just curious.
I'm not saying that I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the wide receivers.
Yeah, you
and
fucking
see what
tell
the
us right
contracts
now.
were.
Carson's calling you out on it. Call him out, bullshit.
I'd have to go.
I love you.
I'd have to go look up what those
Tigo.
contracts were.
Okay.
I'd have to go. I'd legitimately would have to go look up and see what which wide receivers went in 2023. If anyone has that list and that they can send it to me, I'd look at it. I'm
got
not
you. Okay.
anti the Lazard signing. That's not what I'm
Lazard
saying.
was probably the best receiver of the bunch. Like, and then you had
remember correct-
Hopkins, who is.
I like that signing.
Well, I was gonna say Hopkins was cut after June 1st to save some cap space, but other than that, like I think Lazard was the top guy. I really do. If I remember correctly.
We were never going to get D-Hop. Teams who haven't played
But
or who don't
D-Hop
have
didn't
staff
want
who
to be
have played
here.
with D-Hop,
That was the issue.
and he
D-Hop,
didn't want to be here.
sure.
But it's a two-way street. What I heard afterwards on why so few teams were interested in D-Hop is because one of the things that D-Hop was saying, and he's been doing this all year in Tennessee, is that he doesn't practice. Just doesn't practice. D-Hop won't practice. And that was the thing that apparently he did in Texas. And one of the things that like apparently was coming out was that the only teams that were interested in DeAndre Hopkins were the teams that had people who were on the Houston Texans staff who had previously worked with Hopkins. And
Sure.
those were the people who were vouching for him. That's what I saw. So it's not just that he didn't want to come here, but it was also we didn't want him because we thought of character concerns. It was a two-way street. A lot of teams didn't want him because I thought D-Hop to Kansas City made so much sense.
Sure.
How did that not end up happening?
Yeah, hindsight.
They didn't want him because of the fact
ridiculous
that
they
he
didn't
didn't
do
practice.
Yeah,
But again,
like
it was this whole narrative of he doesn't practice and he wasn't going to work hard, and the only people that could counteract that narrative, which is a true narrative technically, were the people who were in Washington. So again, I think you're right. Allen Lazard was the best wide receiver, but you at a certain point in time, I love the pick that we did in the first round, but JSN
Was
would
the pick.
probably be helping this team better than Will McDonald.
I
I love
said
Will
JSN
McDonald, and I think he's going to blow
Dude,
up on the
JSN
scene.
As soon as fucking Broderick Jones was gone, I was like, JSN's the guy. Like when
Yeah,
they
we said
threw up,
it. Yeah.
when they threw up McDonald as a linebacker, I was like, who the fuck is this? You got to be kidding me! I lost my damn mind.
Well, Douglas, I think as Jets fans and content creators, I think we fully expected Doug. Like he knows what he's doing in terms of
Sure.
like identifying a certain trait or draft prospects. Listen, McDonald was a pick for the future, and he has all the intangibles to be a really good pass rusher. He's got
looks
length.
good.
He's
He's
got
gonna
a
be
He
stud.
looks like a dude. He does.
He's going to
Yeah.
be a stud.
He needs to put on weight. He needs to put on weight.
I don't think so.
He needs to get stronger.
I think he does. I think
No?
I agree with
That's
Carson. I think he needs
I think he needs
to
to
gain
get
a little
stronger. I don't think he needs to gain weight.
Stronger.
bit.
You-
Okay.
He
Yeah,
loses
stronger,
his
stronger.
speed
That's
if he
better than
gains weight.
stronger. I want-
Tomatoes, Diego.
I agree.
Yeah, I just
Yes.
for me, it's just and here's this other predicament. Me and my boys were talking about this. Say the Jets hypothetically get a top 3 pick, okay?
Okay.
If one of the quarterbacks fall,
Take him.
May
No,
it's probably
fucking
gonna-
Tigo. You're saying Williams or May? You take him at 3?
Take him.
if we're there
No
at 3,
shit,
you
really?
take Drake May.
I wouldn't.
I
take
take
Drake
Drake
May?
May.
I would not.
I would take May.
I would not.
Conversation. That's the conversation.
Look,
I was having
dude,
with my
it'd be so hard. It'd be so
I would
hard
not.
to, it'd be
No,
like
I'd rather trade out. If I was number 3, I would take tackle 5 or 4 over quarterback 2 because of the amount of picks you can get. I would rather the trade.
okay,
down.
how far back? How far back? That's the real who's coming up.
Okay,
How far back and what are they
Top-
getting?
Okay.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me. Let me figure it out.
That's
Okay.
a real question.
So right now, let's say we're at 4.
So-
Let's say we're at 4.
We're at 3. No, we're at
And-
3 in this situation.
All right,
3.
we're at
And,
3.
It has to
and
be-
it goes
And it
goes
yeah.
Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Williams, Marvin Harrison
So you're
Jr.
at 3.
Offensive linemen's coming up. I think I could trade down 1 or 2 picks because I think either one of. So Chicago probably doesn't trade up. I think the Giants or Washington might. Maybe Tampa Bay. I would rather trade down a few picks and take the second or third offensive lineman / wide receiver. Like I would take the second wide receiver or the third O lineman over the quarterback. I don't want a quarterback in the first round this year because if you take a quarterback in the first round,
If you're telling me,
talk to me. Look, if you take a quarterback in the first round, you now have a situation potentially, maybe not, but potentially, where you have Douglas and Saleh getting canned after taking their quarterback in the first for a fucking touchdown, Washington.
game over.
Damn.
What a game.
Wow,
Wow.
I can't believe Oregon lost.
The reason it wouldn't happen, right? I totally agree with everything that you're saying. It won't happen because of the JD and Saleh being on the hot seat. Right?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But
Like, I
in
don't
this
think a
theoretical world
quarterback
of them
comes in
not being
unless
on the
it's
hot seat, I would
outside
take
of
Drake May.
like the quarterback has to come outside. I would believe outside of round 3. I think first and second round, it's O-line receiver or receiver O-line. I think that's what it is. And then fourth round, you're talking maybe quarterback, or guard.
Ryan, would your outlook on this scenario, like, because 3 is not out of the realm of possibility. It's not.
I mean,
3 is there.
That's
like,
high. I don't think we're gonna get that high. We might. Okay, but
Theoretically, we could get there. Theoretically,
let's
we
say
could
we
get
get
to
there.
3.
3 is in play.
Sure.
So
So
like-
Cardinals win, Patriots win, Jets wind up at 3. Are you asking me who I would take?
Yeah, because if you're at 3, right?
Who's at
If you're
2?
at 3,
Who's at 2?
New England.
Arizona.
So let's say at 2, New England's at 2, Bears are at 1. Quarterback. I'll take the top non-quarterback. I'll make that pick. If that's Marvin Harrison Jr., if it's top O-line, I'm fine with that. Either one.
But
I'll take Marvin
but in this scenario, hold on. In this scenario, what?
I will.
Okay. Yeah. So
I got you, Carson. It's
give me
cool.
a minute. In this scenario, I think that if we're 3, I think there's a realistic chance that Marvin goes. This is the theory. If Marvin goes 1, Caleb goes 2, or goes 2, right? I think it's going to be Williams going ahead of May. But on my board, I have May over Williams. But NFL draft,
I would have May
NFL
over
GM,
Williams as well.
Okay, so if, say, May or Williams is there at 3, how do you stomach not taking him?
I wouldn't take them.
If it's
because you're gonna have
Williams,
this-
easy. I sell that pick easily.
Oh,
if it's
absolutely,
May,
absolutely. I would rather.
Man. If it's
So
Drake May, I would sit there sweating bullets until the last second
No
to make that
shit.
decision. I would sweat
I'm afraid of taking a
bullets.
quarterback in the top of this round, regardless of who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. I think Jaden Daniels in a trade down situation is awesome, but I think he's going to go higher than top 15, and I don't think we're going to get a chance.
I wouldn't take Daniels at all.
Really? Carson,
I would
not
not
take
take
Daniels at all? Tigo
Not
doesn't
in the
want
top
Daniels.
10.
He's not on my board for the Jets.
What? Really? You wouldn't take Daniels in
Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix are not on the board for me for the New York Jets.
Really?
I agree with that.
I'm not drafting a
I agree with
24-year-old. I'm not drafting a 24-year-old, a 25-year-old to sit behind Rodgers for 2 years. Theoretically.
So if Daniels
Unless-
if Daniels was like, hey, I'm a second round pick, you got to take me. We trade down. You got to take him top of the first. You wouldn't do it?
no.
Daniels is
Not
going to go
taking a
mid first
24-year-old
round.
to sit for 2 years.
I think Daniels is going top.
He's a
10.
top 10
I really
pick.
do.
He's
I
going
think
to
by
Tampa.
the time
Jaden
draft,
Daniels ends up in Tampa.
I agree. I think Daniels is going to be a top
That's
10
great.
pick. I think Daniels is the
For
top
me-
quarterback, let alone the rest of the shit that goes on.
I don't think he's the top quarterback. I don't even have him as a top. I have him as at number 5. I think the
Five
NFL is going to
fine.
like him a lot more.
Top 5 is
No.
a fine
Number
quarterback.
5.
There's
Quarterback, not top 5. My
fuck
5th
off,
quarterback.
Tigo.
I have
You're
Nick
wrong.
and
You're wrong.
Penix.
No, I'm gonna eject your ass right now. Fuck, I'm gonna mute you
Wait.
because I don't feel like Tigo's gone. Tigo comes back after I'm done talking to Carson.
So I think what Tigo was saying, like, about top 5, he was like, okay,
So Carson,
I don't think
let's talk to Jetpack's super chat. What's the perfect draft look like at 6 and 10? So for reference, I think 6 and 10 probably 6 and 10 is a 16 game schedule since the 17, but I think that puts us around 8. So in the situation where we have the 8th pick, you have both quarterbacks go, both tackles go, and a wide receiver. That's 5 picks. What are the next 3? What are the next 3? And I can't wait to get Tigo back in here on this.
let me write this. Let me. Oh my God, Ryan, watch what just happened in this
Hold
game.
on.
Wait. Hold on.
Shawshank
I'm
Redemption,
not gonna
shut your
spoil-
mouth. Shut your mouth, Carson. Bo Nix, back to throw. He runs. He's at the 30, 35, 39. That's not as exciting as I thought it was going to be. Nix, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go at the 32-yard line. Nix in the shotgun set, 5 receivers. Nix drops back to pass. He throws. Oh, it's caught. Fucking down in 25-20. 15, 10,
That's a touchdown.
5. Is that a touchdown?
That's a touchdown.
They're calling him
That's
out
a
of the 4.
touchdown.
Calling him out of the 4. Calling him out of the 4. All right, hold on. Let's get our boy Tigo back in here because I'm getting a little too aggressive.
That's a TD. That's a TD.
Tigo, your chair's gone. You're not there. You're not sitting anymore. I think it's a touchdown.
Look, watch the replay.
Oh,
Watch the
he's
replay.
definitely not out of bounds. There's no way he's
That's
out
a
of
touchdown.
bounds. That's a TD.
Touchdown.
So you're talking
This game is not over.
It's not over. 31 to fucking 34. If this is what stands. Wow. He's in. He's totally in. He's totally in.
They got all 3 timeouts.
No shit. Dude, I'll be honest. I think Washington's played the better game, but fucking
Oregon's going down swinging.
Dude, that's what.
Oregon's going down
Tigo,
swinging.
me and Carson are fucking yelling at this like Oregon's going down swinging.
Dude, they went into prevent and still got it. Dude, he
got like 50
I had to
fucking
get one of
yards.
these after that.
That's a
That's
touchdown.
how good
That's a
Bo
touchdown.
is.
And
That's
he's
a
not
TD.
out. His foot stayed.
He's no way he's out. That's a touchdown.
As
What a
Washington,
play.
how do you let that happen?
You fuck up. That's what it
How
is.
do you let that happen?
Bro, what a play.
I love
Okay,
how my
to get back to-
scoreboard said 30 has said 47, but I'm like toasty right now.
Okay, to get back to Jetpack's super chat about being between 6 and 11.
Yeah,
So-
6
so
and 11.
I-
What does that look like for draft spot? You're probably talking like 7, 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there. Touchdown.
Okay.
Yep.
So
We got a game.
Okay, so yeah, we have a game. Okay, so both tackles are gone, both QBs are gone. Okay. Ryan, can you supply me with the draft order after 5 so it makes it easier on me?
So right now it's Bears,
You could assume
Cardinals. Let's go Bears, Cardinals, New England.
Okay. Okay.
Chicago is 4. Then it's Washington, Giants, Bucks, Jets, Chargers.
Giants, Washington.
Washington,
Jets.
Giants, Jets, Chargers are the next 4.
Okay, so for Washington, they need help a lot of places, but I think with them trading Sweat and Young, Montez Sweat and Chase Young, I think they're going to lean the defensive side of the ball. So I think
Really? Okay.
yeah,
I think they're going O-line
yeah,
or
so-
quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You think O-line,
so for
Tigo?
me,
O-line. Sam Howell's that guy. You got to protect him. Joe Alt for Shana was
so-
ending up in as a commie.
well, no. This is with the caveat that both tackles are gone. So if both tackles are
They're-
gone,
They're
I mean,
beating 5.
Okay. So what he's saying is both quarterbacks, both tackles. So now Washington
Marvin
has their choice of Marvin Harrison Jr. or another quarterback, O lineman, whatever. That's where we're at right now.
in this scenario,
You take Marvin Harrison.
Scenario, I would have, So in this scenario, I would have Harrison, both tackles, and both QBs off the board in the top 5. Okay. So 6 would
Washington
be
is 5.
Well, he's saying
Washington's-
so they're getting a quarterback, a wide receiver, or a lineman. Between Marvin
Yeah,
Harrison Jr.,
one of those
both O
three.
linemen, both wide receivers, all 5 are gone. That's
So
what
you're
he's saying.
picking for the Giants here. The Giants are 6.
Okay.
Giants. Okay. Giants.
Receiver.
Okay. Giants being at 6. Oh, okay. So at 6,
Malik Neighbors.
I agree.
okay. So there's a couple ways to go. So Bowers is available. They're at 6. We can't forget about Brock Bowers. They could
I
put him
wouldn't
in
go
there because
Bowers
Waller.
with Waller on the current contract right now. I think Waller overrides Bowers. I think you're looking either Jaden Daniels or receiver at that point. And I
Okay,
would go
so-
receiver
okay.
and take the quarterback at the back end of the first because of
I would go.
Daniel Jones'
I would
contract.
go. For the Giants. I would go for the Giants because I think they're gonna want to see. I see the Giants in a different light because I think they're gonna address the O-line in free agency. I think they go with Antigua. Maybe you can give a little bit more insight since Ryan hasn't done a lot of draft tape yet. Kool-Aid McKinstry at 6 for the Giants. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry with Deonte Banks makes a lot of sense.
They took
I
Deontay
think
Banks
that's
last year. I think if you're the Giants, you're either going. I don't want to spoil it, but I think the Giants are going to have to end up going defensive line, offensive line, or wide receiver. Those are the
I feel
only
like
places that
wide.
they can go. The Daniel Jones contract, I think, removes them from the place of being in a quarterback. And I also think Dable would rather get a veteran after they cut Jones next year. So if you want a little bit of a spicy take on what maybe the Giants can do, I'm going to do a little plug here. Dom C and I just did our
Neighbors.
3.0 mock draft. So you can go and see what I did because I had the Giants pick at 6, and you can go see what I did. I don't think corner is on their board in round 1, personally.
Interesting.
With the
I
board
would
the way
agree.
that
I
it
think
is,
wide receiver and
I see 2
quarterback.
players.
I agree with Tigo on this. I think
I
wide
see
receiver.
2 players.
I see wide receiver. I see corner. I don't see Bowers because of the Waller contract. And I
Yep,
don't know
I
if
agree.
I see them going O-line because of all the issues they've had with Thomas and Evans. I think they're going to try and figure that out in free agency or later.
I could totally see Fuaga here, like going there because he immediately bumps in at right tackle. You bump in Evan Neal to right guard. Like I can see that. But
Okay.
so that I don't spoil it for everyone else, Carson, I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint on who I'm thinking of.
Sure.
Like,
Go ahead.
And he has been drafted by the Chargers in almost every legitimate mock draft you've seen. That's the guy I had the Giants picking. So someone
Kool-Aid
who knows
McKinstry is the current number 9
not on
pick.
Tankathon.
Tankathon's the only
Tankathon.
one I'm looking at currently. What are you looking at?
Yeah.
What's your pick?
I'm just saying, like, okay, I'll spoil it. I had them going Jerjon Newton, the interior defensive lineman out of Illinois.
The defensive lineman?
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tankathon has him going 13. That's not. It's 4 picks behind the Chargers. That's not crazy.
But I had the Giants taking him at 6. I have Jerjon Newton as a top 10
so
player.
That's 6 picks higher.
And the reason I had that pick, the reason I did that was this class is so deep at wide receiver and at offensive line, but it's not deep at interior defensive line, and they just traded Leonard Williams away. So you could theoretically get into a mindset if you're the Giants of, I'm going to take the home run hit that is Jerjon Newton. The kid's a monster. I can take the home run hit that is Jerjon Newton, and in the top of the second, walk away with an Xavier Leggett, an A.D. Mitchell, a Brian Thomas Jr., there's a bunch of those guys. You can walk away with one of those guys in the top of the second, or even get a Kingsley Suiamatia, a Tyler Gaitan, a Jordan Morgan, a Patrick Paul, a Troy Fatanu. Okay. You can get one of those guys at the top of the second as well if you want to address offensive line. So I looked at it and I said, that's the way that I would go, and I'm going to take the best player available, which at the time that fit a need was Jerjon Newton. So that's just to throw a little bit of a wrench in there.
So on my draft board as of right now, I have Fuaga at 14. In terms of top prospects on the board, but if we're drafting for need, then I would after Alt and Fushano, I would definitely go. I would say that Fuaga is definitely the third tackle off the board, probably without a doubt. If we're drafting for need, that makes a lot of sense for the Giants at 6.
So
I just have them
J.C.
going
Latham is currently the number 3 tackle. Fuaga currently number 4 according to Tankathon.
Yeah, I have them flipped.
I'm not.
I have them flipped.
That's fine. I agree.
Yeah, I have them flipped. So after the Giants, I have when I do it my big board. So when I do out my top 10, I give them 3 options. I give every team 3 options as to where what player they can go with. So with the Giants, I had Neighbors, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Rome Odunze, because I think wide receiver is a priority for the Giants.
I agree.
Tackle as well. I see more free agency for the Giants. So for O lineman, I see free agency for the Giants. So I have Neighbors, McKinstry, and Roma Dunze for the Giants at number 6. But I do understand
Okay.
the Fuaga pick for need at that position. If we're moving now to the Jets at 7. So as it currently sits, I did my mock draft like probably a week ago. And in this scenario, I did have Bowers here at 7. If Brock Bowers is here at number 7, you sprint to the podium. You sprint.
Totally agree.
It's like not even a decision. I think with
Totally agree.
the remaining names on the board, I had the Jets. These were the 3 I had for the Jets at number 7. If we're staying at number 7, okay, I had Bowers if available. I had Malik Neighbors, and I had Chop Robinson, the edge from Penn State. I like Chop Robinson a lot from Penn State, just because I think Carl Lawson is going to be gone, and I also think I'm not a big John Franklin Myers fan, so I think
Sure.
John Franklin Myers is going to go as well. I'm not a big JFM fan. I think he's getting a little bit overpaid, and I even said that when he got his contract. I'm not a big fan of him. I think they could easily replace him with Robinson and then fill that D tackle role in the offseason. Al Woods was a bigger loss to this defense than Jets fans really more realize. He was a big
It
piece.
sucks to lose him. It really
Yeah,
does.
big piece for the run defense. So I think Chop Robinson, Neighbors, and or Brock Bowers if we stay at 7. I think those 3 options. I think Jets fans will be happy with. If we're moving then to, you said the Chargers are at 8. Oh man, that Chargers pass defense is really
Chargers
freaking
are
bad.
at 9 right now. Right now.
Okay. So
Tampa's ahead of us.
Tampa's
so
ahead
Chargers-
of us at 7. Jets at 8. Chargers 9.
Okay, so I flipped it.
Titans
So
10.
for Tampa, I love Tigo's analysis of them going quarterback. I think quarterback's a sneaky pick for them. Because I
For
think
who?
Baker for Tampa Bay.
Tampa. I agree. I don't think it's sneaky. I really don't. I think that's a good pick.
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels was actually an interesting one. I had him as one of my 3 options for Tampa Bay because I don't think Baker's a lock to be there again. I don't think so. I think he's movable. Tampa can also go. I like them at corner as well. I did have McKinstry here at corner, just because their pass defense is horrendous, and I think Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis are a tad bit overrated. I think they need help in the secondary. So I had Fuaga here, Tigo. I had Fuaga here for Tampa, Jaden Daniels, and I had McKinstry. And then after that, I think it's just you have the Chargers. I mean, they need help. They need help a lot of places, especially on the defensive end. Their secondary, I believe, is one of the worst in football in terms of like giving up yards in the pass game. That right there is a problem. But right now, this guy I didn't say yet. And I know Tigo loves him because he told me last time he loved him. Latu from UCLA, the pass rusher.
Oh, it's so good. God, if he can pass the medical.
If he could pass the medical, he's going to be a beast. But I think the Chargers, it's so tempting here for UCLA and the Chargers to select him. But the Chargers need help in their secondary, like really bad. So Nate Wiggins from Clemson, I think, is possibly
Great corner.
an option. Yeah, I think Nate Wiggins from Clemson is an option there for the Chargers. The Chargers can go in a lot of ways, but this is a Jets channel, and we are diehard Jets fans. And I kind of want to circle back. I want to kind of circle back to the Jets in Bowers, Neighbors, and Chop Robinson. Do you guys agree with the analysis that they can go wide receiver, tight end, and or defensive lineman, or do you have the ideology that they should be targeting offensive line in this draft with the current names that are left on the board, saying that Alton, Fasciano are gone? What do you think?
I would go O-line over anything else because I don't think the defensive line or the wide receivers outside of Garrett Wilson are worthy of being top like weapon picks. I'm not on board with that. I would go legit O line, legit wide receiver over some of the picks that you could have.
So even if Bowers is there at 7, Ryan, you would still go O line.
I would take Alt or Fashanu over Bowers. I need to watch more Bowers to know if I would take him over like Latham or Fuaga. I think those two is where I do not know where I would be at.
Okay.
So I would reassess after that, but I would prefer if you're not getting one of the top two O linemen, I would prefer to trade down.
So I'm gonna say this. And Tigo, you could kind of back me up on this one. I think Ryan, when you do your draft analysis for these players coming up, I think the first two tapes you should put on is Brock Bowers and Marvin Harrison Jr. Those two
Okay.
back to back, and you'll see why these guys are being talked about in the top 5. I mean, Brock.
Sure.
Yeah, let me ask you, Tigo. Do you think Brock Bowers has a higher ceiling than Kyle Pitts coming out of college?
Oh yeah, they're not even in the same stratosphere, man. It's not
Really?
fair to
I love
compare.
Kyle
It's
Pitts.
not fair to compare Kyle Pitts to Brock Bowers, and it is a
No
disservice
shit,
to
really?
Brock Bowers to put him in the same conversation as Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts was
Really?
Megatron, and he should play wide receiver. Calling him a tight end
Okay.
is a disservice to Kyle. It's a disservice to Kyle Pitts, but it's also a disservice to how truly goddamn good Brock Bowers is. I will say this,
So-
Carson. I disagree with your assessment of what the Jets' possible picks would be at
Okay.
7 or 8. And the reason I
Okay.
say that is I don't see how Chop Robinson is on the Jets list at all. If you're going edge, you're going to go Latu, you're going to go Verse, you're going to go any of the other guys over Chop because we have Chop Robinson on the team. His name's Will McDonald. We took him in the first round last year. They are essentially clones of one another in terms of like skill set and things like that. They're different players, but they are clones of one another theoretically. And so while I
that's fair.
don't agree with your assessment of JFM has been our second best defensive lineman this year, in my opinion, behind Quinnen Williams. He is absolutely phenomenal and worth that contract and can't go anywhere. Like, we can't get rid of JFM because like the money and stuff, and we shouldn't. With all of that being said, if you're at 8 or if you're at 7 and the picks go the way that you said that the picks might go,
Yeah.
you go Brock Bowers, Romo Dunes, or trade out. That would be and if you're gonna have to take a third player there, I would legitimately put Keon Coleman in on that list. You're going, in my opinion, you go offensive weapon, offensive weapon, offensive weapon, whatever that person's name is.
You're not
You
big
go
on
offense-
neighbors. You're not big on neighbors.
Neighbors is smaller. That's the issue, I think.
Yeah. Neighbors is Garrett Wilson. I don't want another Garrett Wilson. That's the thing. I love Neighbors. But at 6 foot, 190 pounds is what I believe Malik is at.
199 according to
199. He is Garrett Wilson essentially with a little bit more meat on him. And I don't need another yak guy. I don't need another guy to work over the middle. What I need is a contest. I need Drake London. I need healthy Drake London. That's my point. And so this draft is perfect for the Jets because there's a ton of those guys. There's Keon Coleman, A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Leggett. Like, there's a bunch of those guys. But for me, the priority is let's push Alan Lazard as far down the depth chart as possible, and let's draft his replacement. Alan Lazard won't see the field over Romo Dunes, Keon Coleman, Xavier Leggett, A.D. Mitchell, any of those guys. And
Absolutely.
so that's the way that I look at it. Marvin Harrison. So that's the way that I look at it. And what that frees you up to do is now Garrett should never see the X again, and that would only help Garrett.
So my
You need to
Chop
stop
Robinson
looking
pick.
at
Yeah, so my Chop Robinson pick was based on the type of pass rusher that I like. If I were the GM of the Jets, because in my opinion, I think the Jets need more bend and length around the edge. That's my assessment. I think we got to the only guy, and I think Will McDonald is going to be that. I think that's why Joe obviously drafted him, because he's got those traits. He could bend and he's a speed rusher off the edge, and Bryce Huff is showing that now. But I just think we need more of that off the edge. That's just my reasoning for Chop Robinson. I completely understand. I completely understand your assessment. It's just the bendiness of Robinson it's hard to get a good pass rusher. It is. So that's where, in my opinion, I love Chop. In terms of,
Well, let me ask you this. Carter, before you move on past Chop. Right? Here's like, I know that a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but I am on the clear boat of you let Huff walk if he wants more than the Hassan Reddick contract. You give him the Hassan Reddick
tag him. Fucking tag him.
I would not.
And be done. You wouldn't tag Huff?
I wouldn't let Huff walk. I give him the Hassan Reddick contract and let him.
What's the Reddick contract?
15 by 3. It's 45 over 3.
So you wouldn't give him $2 million to prevent him from
Reddick,
leaving? You're nuts.
I would let him walk.
Insane.
I would let him walk and take the second round pick.
Reddick got the same.
I would trade him, but you need to franchise tag him to get the second round pick. Otherwise, he's just walking.
Would not franchise tag him. I would take the second round pick when he signs.
You don't franchise.
But you won't get him for a second round pick if he leaves.
Yeah, you do, because of the comp
tag
pick.
him, he's gone.
The comp pick. You would get a comp pick for Huff.
Yeah,
Huff would walk out.
Not better than 2025 third.
You'd get a second round pick. He's probably going to go make $20 million somewhere if he hits free
can't
agency.
go higher than third. Comp pick
take
can't
the
go
third.
higher than third.
I would take the third.
I would not take a third for Huff. I would rather trade Huff for a second than allow Huff to leave.
I think people are overvaluing Huff a little bit.
I agree with that.
I would rather take Huff on the current contract that Douglas and Salah are currently operating within and determine his value based on success next year. Like, if you don't want him for, call it a middle first round next year, that's fine.
The problem is that Huff can only play on passing downs. Huff cannot play a full set of downs.
He can't.
He doesn't have the skill set to
seeing
play
more
in the run
snap
game.
percentage for Huff because they want to see if he can. I really do.
And he's not playing well.
If he does,
when it's not a clear pass rushing situation, he doesn't play well, like at all. Look at his grades.
If he signs the same contract that Carl Lawson got, which I believe is the same contract that Hassan Reddick got, which was 3 for $45, I think you do it. You got to do it. Like
every day of the week.
If he takes that, you got to do it.
Every day of the week.
For me, I was on. Okay, so Tigo, this is how I don't know if you probably don't know this. So last year during Ryan's draft analysis, he had a call-in show, and he was talking about what we should do at number 10. And at that time, it was everyone was sold on Jermaine Johnson. Okay, everyone wanted Jermaine at 10. Okay, I said I love Garrett Wilson. He's going to be a superstar. Okay, now, and this is how I grade wide receivers. This is how I grade them. I grade them as route running ability, spec catch or ball skills in the air, and hands. That's the order. Speed is last. Speed is not, because you don't need speed to route somebody. You look at McCole Hardman. McCole Hardman's not a great route runner, and his speed, unless you're going vertical, he's not that dangerous unless you're going vertical. He's not a route running guy like a Devontae or like a Garrett Wilson. So the way I grade wide receivers is I want to get as many guys as I can who could route a corner up. That's kind of like my ideology of a corner, okay, or a wide receiver for that opinion. That's why I love Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors' route running is top 2 in my opinion in this draft, outside of Marvin Harrison Jr. So I'm the same skill set as Garrett. I don't mind that. I don't. If I want guys to get open. It's not about going in order of a guy who's tall who can win in the end zone or a guy who could just route somebody up. You want to get guys that can get open. Outside of Garrett, who can get open on this team? Nobody.
No one. And that's why I like Romo Dune so much, because he can do that. And he does it at 6'3".
No one, Carson.
You're out of here.
You're ejected. Oh, I blocked myself off. That's Tigo. Hold on, where's guest two? Guest two's up there. I'm toasted. I'm not gonna lie, Tigo. I have had
I can tell.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm on beer 6, and like
I'm on beer half.
you're way behind.
I got here late and I started late.
It's funny. I was gonna text you earlier today. I was like, oh shit, Dom C can't go. I'm gonna text Tigo, and I was like, I guess I'll just do it myself. It's too late. It's like it's 2 hours before the stream. There's no way I'm gonna text Tigo.
Should have
And
done
then
it.
I saw your message. I was like, I'm gonna message Tigo. He's gonna come on.
Should have done it.
Yeah, I'm toasted. Fucking 31-34 final. Oregon loses to Washington. Tigo, any
Crazy
last
game.
words for our panel or our people? Godzilla to Salah Colgate to Kyle and Stan and Timmy, not Timmy. Kyle, Stan, whatever the hell his name is. Orange hoodie. That guy.
Isn't it Kyle? Isn't that Kyle?
No, Kyle's the green hat. Kyle, Stan, Cartman, Kenny. There it is. Kenny's the.
Oh, it's Kenny. Yeah.
I'm toasted.
I'll say
I'm
this.
so fucking drunk. Talk to me. What do you got?
For the last Pac-12 game ever, it did not disappoint. It was a great game.
Impressive for where I thought it was going to be. It was like 20-0 at halftime prior to the final drive.
This was one hell of a game, and you'll love to see it. We got a lot of exciting things coming up as like Jets fans.
Hell
whether it's I still
we
think
got
we can
mock
I
draft.
don't believe
we got
this.
free agency. We got all this shit. I don't think we
Dude,
eclipsed
the
100.
season's not dead yet.
You're fucking high. You're nuts.
If
Season's
the
over.
defense gets a turnover and
You're
we
wrong.
beat Atlanta.
Tigo, you're done. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Season's over.
I can't believe that either. I
The
tried.
season is over. You're wrong.
Yeah, I tried.
It's entirely wrong. Everyone's wrong. Anyone who's rooting for the Jets right now, just fucking cry a river. They're done.
Dakota has us winning 10-7.
It's over.
10 points.
I don't
That would
care.
mean we
I
score
don't
a
care how many
touchdown.
points you want. Tigo, you're done. You're done. Go to sleep. Go to bed. Give Ben and Baby 2 their love. They're wrong. You're wrong.
He's
Everyone's
right here. There's
wrong.
Ben. He's sleeping.
There's Ben. Oh, Nanit. Yo, we just got the second Nanit. We got. Hold on, I'll show you. This will be.
She's sleeping on her own already?
Shay, yes. Ren, no. Ren's not a happy camper right now. We got.
Yeah, neither is Will.
So we got the Wombo combo of. All right. Oh shit! Blue screen. Shit. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll figure this out. Give me 1 second. All right. Focus. We've got Shay, top screen, falling asleep. We got Ren, bottom screen, falling asleep. That's how kitties happen. That's how it happens. Take care of
See, we
business,
don't have
Tigo.
a-
How's little dude sleeping?
He has just figured out that he can babble. So he's going through that like sleep regression kind of thing where it's just like he's learned a new skill. So he wants to stay up all night. But he was doing really well. We were getting like 5 to 6 hours a night.
Oh,
You
see,
know, out of
Shay.
him.
So Shay sleeps consistently throughout the night. Ren,
Ben
on the
does
other
too.
hand, is very. She was 5 weeks early, so she's like, "Hey, yo, what the fuck's going on? Why the hell am I doing with this? Like, I don't want to talk to any of you guys. It's fucking midnight."
Yeah.
Beautiful. Tigo.
Will's schedule is working like clockwork, but I mean Ben's schedule works like clockwork, but Will is forgot
Not
how
so
hard
much.
a newborn is.
Right? Like 1 year removed from a newborn. So Tigo had his first kid like literally a week before me. He had his second kid, I think it was a week after me. We had Ren August 9th. When did you have your second?
September 2nd.
Okay, so you guys were 2 weeks behind me. Tigo fucking went to the Jet game on the home opener. Him and I are fucking walking into the stadium, and he's like, "Yeah, I got a kid." He's like fucking 5 days old. I was like, "You're nuts. My wife would kill me." Mrs. Tigo, you're a fucking saint.
Go to sleep, guys. Everyone, all of you.
That's
It's late.
exactly
I'm
where
going to
we're at.
sleep.
So, Tigo, you got any last words for whatever we watched for the Pac-12? This game finished 34-31. Washington, I feel like clearly outperformed Oregon. But overall, how are you feeling on what we saw tonight?
It's surreal to say that this is it for Pac-12 football. Like, we're done, and
that is
I
the
think
game. There's no
that's
more.
We're done. And yeah, these teams and these organizations will live on and will fondly remember the Pac-12. But it's crazy to say, like, I've watched Pac-12 football my whole life, and my kids won't get that opportunity, which is just crazy to think about.
Dude, unreal. I mean, when I was younger, it was like, yo, it's going to be Leinart and White and Reggie Bush and this whole fucking USC contingent, and, like, they're gone. There's no one there. It's the Pac-12's obliterated, gone, totally toast.
We're starting to move towards the NCAA's demise soon, in my opinion, with NIL, and I think that if you're the Pac-12 and not the Pac-12 because they're dead, but if you're the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the SEC and the ACC, you just create your own league at this point. Again, it's crazy to say, and to go back to this game specifically, Washington and Oregon, they came in and they knew this is it, and we're going to go out with a bang, and I think that they absolutely gave us one hell of a game. I know I won't forget this game, not just for the great times that we had, but for the fact that it was such a good back and forth game, and it's the last Pac-12 game ever.
All right, boys and girls, I want to hear your thoughts in the comment section down below. Tigo, any last words for anyone out there?
Good night. Go to sleep. It's late.
I love you. Tigo, thank you so much for hopping in with us. I love Carson. I love Charles. Thank you guys for hopping in with us. Chat, thank you for hanging out with us. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed learning about this college football season. We're going to talk more when it comes to the college playoffs. We're going to look at seeds 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and we'll figure out if the Jets should be drafting any of these players. Tigo, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. This is Jets Talk signing off. Jets.
Jets, Jets, Jets!